Okay. We are here. Kind of. Hey, come back. Rude. Can't believe we went that way. Luckily, my auto swap was working right there, so that's good news indeed. I like to see that. Okay. Get the hydrate here. Hey, Swain, how's it going? We got a couple things to do at the beginning here. Primarily when it comes to, hold on a second. This ain't the right vibe. Boom, there we go. Primarily, I made a bunch of changes, or additions here, and I need to get these added in. I haven't had a chance to add these in today, so we're gonna do that stuff right now. Yippee! Woo! And then we'll head on over to the other stuff that we're doing. Okay. First off, we got our auto stream marker here, so I'm gonna do a new chat action. How are you guys all doing on this fine Wednesday, by the way? How are we feeling? I'm just gonna do like a mark command right there. And then, where is it? Commands. Command trigger, we're gonna create a command. And this is gonna be, I'm gonna set this to moderators. For now. And then we'll add later if we want to allow other people to use this. So essentially what this is gonna do, this is gonna mark important bits in a stream for review later. Perfect. Now I can just take that, can go into the current production. Blue or white collar work? Standby. Neither. Pretty good today, mostly relaxing. Oh, nice. Switching to War Thunder, trying to escape. You ain't escaping. I'm sorry, Steel. I'm sorry. You're done for. Nothing to do about it. I'm sorry, buddy. Okay, here we go. This one is for the first message monitoring, I believe. Because it has all that good stuff. Just like we had right here. I've just added a couple things here, including some of that. Oh, wait a second. Where's this? Wait, this might be different. Yeah, this isn't the shadow check. This should be a different one. I'm gonna look at that one a little bit later. Then there's the Raider Analytics, Raider Tracker. That one, that should all fall under raids here. So let's get a new automatic action. This is the front to transfer classified documents. I mean, can't it be both? Can't it be both? I'm gonna say incoming raid. Because this is gonna trigger whenever a raid actually happens over here. Where to go? And then we'll just do any value. I'm not really looking to be particular about that. And then we'll do core code. And this is probably to do raid response comes first. Uh-oh, what is this? Oh no, really? How is that? Raider arcs. It's weird. Yeah, what's wrong with War Thunder though, Steel, huh? You don't like it? How's this not collecting right there? Speaking of a raid down there, Bronald, coming over from Company of Heroes 2, by the way, thank you for the raid. How was your first experience with it? And since I'm still working on fixing up this stuff here, let me just get it quick. Make sure I spelled this correctly. There we go. Because I'm still working on this right now. And then we'll go to the game that we're going to play for the night. Also, Omen, I believe, wanted to get a game review tonight, but I'm not sure if he's going to be here for that. So we will have to wait and see. If that happens, if not, that's okay. I'm also just looking at this, and why cannot convert from... Oh, I think I know what's happening here. I'm pretty sure I gotta look at documentation really quick. I'll bring it down here so you guys can see what I'm looking at a bit here, but I'm pretty sure... I don't think run action is even... Oh, here we go. Run action, which takes the action name and then a bool value. And right now this is thinking that we need to... Yeah, this is incorrect. I had AI help me with this one, so I knew there was going to be something wrong with that. So it takes a Boolean value. What was this trying to do here? Maybe like a quick fix? What does it say? I'm not going to add context, I don't think. Well, no. So what does that do with it? I don't like that. Surely set argument's not what I'm looking for, right? What does this do? Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm looking for here. Yep, no, so I'm gonna have to look at that one later, which means that the raid tracker is gonna have to come down later. Alright, well, I thought this stuff was ready to go, but it's not. Not as ready as I thought, so we will just hold off on that stuff. Thank you very much. I'll save and compile that. This basically just doesn't do anything, so I'm just going to take the incoming raid and we're just going to disable that and come back to that another time. Because the fastest game I thought I may win, I got stomped. Why does administrative and computer work? Blue is hands-on and physical the most degrees, though there is bleed between the two sometimes, these what I know. Yeah, it doesn't fall under either category because it falls under unpaid labor. I can tell you that right now. That's probably one of the strongest hints I've ever given, ever, to anybody that's guessing this. So, I'm just saying. But yeah, Company of Heroes 2 is really fun because of those, like, fast turnarounds that you can get, honestly. There's a lot of really interesting nuances that comes with the strategy angle with that. At least I think so. I think it's a really interesting concept. I like the way that it's done, so... But, you know, that's just me. Curveball. Curveball. Indeed. Indeed. That's why it's really difficult, you know, to figure out what it is that I actually do. One of many reasons that it's difficult, I should say. Anyway, so... Like I said, tonight, I've got a couple options that we were thinking of. Omen, previously on Monday, said he wanted to get a review of one of his games. We don't necessarily have to do that if we don't want to. We can just jump straight into a game. But if we're wanting that even without Omen, we can do that. But I figure most likely Omen was the main recipient of such a deal there, so... We'll see what you guys think in just a little bit here. Hey, Famous, how's it going? Straight into game, that's what Discord says, okay. I'll put up a poll here and see what people want, and then we can go from there. Because I'm going to be talking for a couple minutes here anyway, so... So I'm going to do what to do, review Omen game, and jump, or skip Omen game. Go straight. We'll just say go. We'll just hit the skip on that one. All right, there's a poll up at the top if you want to contribute to that, and give your opinion on that. Because the Omen game is a League of Legends game. It would be, I think it's the most recent one that we did on Monday, is what he wanted. So we can go over that then. If he wants to look at the VOD later, he can. But it can be educational for other people as well. So we can think about that one. But as you guys could kind of see, I have been doing some more progress on StreamerBot, trying to like get an angle going here. I actually have a GitHub repository that I've made specifically for this. I have it private right now, but if there's anyone that's interested, I'm actually beginning to format this in a way that anyone can kind of incorporate these things and use them the same way that I'm using them in the future. And the biggest takeaway from that, basically, that I want to say is that I'm wanting to kind of incentivize people making their streams cleaner and look a lot better. So I'm doing most of it in C# to have it be straight integrated with StreamerBot, but I do also have this YouTube uploader helper script, basically, that I'm making right now. That's actually meant to upload clips from the Clip It Redemptions straight to YouTube so that I can then schedule them later. So it has a whole bunch of little functionality tools with that I think I got working last night, but I don't know exactly if it's going to work out exactly how I'm thinking. So, but clearly I didn't have my Raider stuff set up proper. There's still some little things I have to look at and fix with it, so I will do that most likely tomorrow night. Then hopefully by Friday we can have some of the more fun stuff coming with that. Biggest thing is that I've also decided to integrate some like Raider tracker and Raider analytics, and essentially what this stuff does in the end is that this is gonna allow us to mark people as raiders when they come in, and then we'll also know when someone becomes a full-time like community member from a raid. We'll remember where they came from and we'll acknowledge them and also give thanks to the original creator for that, is the idea with this. So gonna kind of give a little bit of an incentive, like, hey, you know, if you're a raider from another channel, we're gonna try to recognize you a little bit more, because I thought that was a really cool incentive, basically, for some of that. On top of that, I'm also going to have some analytics I'm going to be running if this will load. I'm kind of shocked how slow it is trying to get the C# up. But you can see there 18 hours ago, this was all last night, I was trying to get stuff done. The Warhammer Raider intro went away because I got a new monitor that was significantly bigger, and it didn't work with that. So I actually still have it. Believe it or not, I still have it. So it's right here, but I can actually show you the problem with it right here. So this is what happens. So I have it turned off right now, but when it does it, watch this. So this is all normal, but see how the position of the icon is incorrect? And that's purely because of the format of this. I might be able to like change it a little bit if I change the format of the media source, maybe. But I haven't really like looked at it. But that's it. That's where it went. It's still there. It's still something that can work. But I'm thinking I'm gonna do like some different tiers of raids for that, and try to have a couple different responses. So it's still there. It's not lost. It's not lost. The work I put into it is still there, like with the editing and all that. But I don't. That's one of my lower priority ones presently. So we're gonna get to that one as soon as we can later, is the idea, at least. It is a straight up tie for reviewing the game or skipping the game. That is hilarious. That, at least people have opinions. I have to say, at least people have opinions. You got a couple more seconds left to actually vote for that. I'd like to remind people that it is a League game that we would be reviewing. So just a heads up on that one. And Bronwald, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate that. And guys, once again, don't forget to go check out Bronwald. He was playing Company of Heroes 2. He's been kind of exploring a variety of different games recently. He doesn't have a solid one he's on right now. And that's okay. We respect that. We respect that. And it would appear we have a straight up tie, so we're going to leave it up to dice here. So, I'm going to roll the die. I'm just going to do a simple 6 die. Let's do odds are reviewing the game, and even is skipping. We'll do best 2 out of 3. That is an odd. Wow, they were both 5s. That is insanity. That is insanity. Change your vote to skip? Well, okay. Figure for the review we wait for Omen. Yeah, we could do that. That's fine. I don't know if Omen's gonna show up tonight for a review. But he has only so much time before that stuff's gonna go away, so hopefully he gets on it relatively quick. So, if we're changing votes and stuff, I don't normally go for that, but we'll go for it this time. We'll go for it this time, that's okay. Poor Omen, I know, right? Okay. As far as tonight, then, I don't have an exact... damn, I fucking hate my glasses. I don't have an exact game schedule right now. I am, of course, thinking of Factorio or Warhammer, since that's going to be our main focus points for the beginning of the year. Is what I am kind of angling on, but I do have a couple other options that we've been kind of thinking about. Satisfactory being one of them. Trying to kind of push that one forward a little bit more. Because I would like to eventually finish that vanilla and then get like a true hiatus from it. Still trying to find an excuse to ditch. Don't do it, Steel. You're just gonna piss her off. You're just gonna piss her off. Accept thine fate. That's all you can do. All you can do. But yes, so... What was I going with here now again? I completely forgot. Oh, yeah. So, Satisfactory was one. That I'm kind of like eking towards a little bit tonight, but not too much. Factorio, because it's been a little bit since we actually got on Factorio, and it might be good to start rebuilding that habit, especially if we're going to be making videos and stuff about it. And then Warhammer 3, because we are deep in that. There's a lot of people that are demanding Warhammer content, surprisingly. So we could go through that angle and try to get like a little bit more footage for that as well. There's a lot of stuff that we could do there. Figure out if you can Thursday. It's looking a little bit better, but I still have a sick kid, which reduces the chances significantly. So we're going to have to wait and see how sick kid goes, right? Let's see. So let's play League now. Skip the review, just play LOL. I am actually planning to play more League this year. However, because League has been such a polarizing game on stream for some people, I am hesitant to play it on stream, and I might just be playing it on my own time ranked. So, I would like to play it on stream, but if people really don't like it that much, I am not going to force people to watch it, so that's what I got to say about that. Finally play Warhammer, that's true. As long as you get to play Warhammer still, that's all that matters. Yeah, I hope she feels better too. If it's looking good, I'll try to get them down at a decent time, and maybe we can do a bonus stream on Thursday, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Background, it's from Wallpaper Engine, yeah. And yes, so Wallpaper Engine is actually really, really simple in the end. So, you can have, obviously there's like a whole wide range of wallpapers you can get on here, so make sure that you're looking for what you actually want. But you've got your installed stuff here, which I can just switch between any of this at any given time, right? So, for example, I want the 2B one, I just click on that. I could do that one, I could do like Warhammer theme one, Rome 2. Got this one, I really like this panoramic view for the subway. A couple Helldivers ones, because I love Helldivers and all that. And thank you for keeping the streak alive, Savage. You've done great. I hope you're feeling a little bit better, at least. But you just come over here, there's a workshop that you can come over, and let's just say we do, let's try another Warhammer themed wallpaper, shall we? So we can just come over here. If you have it already, you click on it, and it'll go ahead and load in what you've already got. So you don't have to worry about that as much. I have it muted, but a lot of these will have music playing with them in the background, too. But I could do, like, let's say... We could do... What would be a cool one? I mean, this was pretty cool. So you just click on subscribe. It takes a second for it to queue up the download. It'll then hit. Once it's done downloading, it immediately puts it in. And then there you go. You got a nice, clean wallpaper. But you can also adjust it. So like right here, I don't like how fast the rain's falling. So I could say, let's go like at a 75 rate, right? And you can see that made it a little bit better. Now I can go like 50. Now look at that. Just a nice, subtle rainfall in the back right there. Absolutely beautiful. Nice little theme in the background that you can have right there. And it can fit a variety of things. So I could even do like... I've been a fan of Frieren recently, so you can do like a Frieren themed one. If you want like something a little bit more anime and all that, there's a bunch of different ones. I think this one's a really cool one with the flowers, very pertinent. You just queue it up and then boom, you've got that. And there's a happy little thing going on in the background. It even has a cool little mouse icon thing. And this one is apparently not muted. Since I like to play my own music, I have to make sure I mute them. But yeah, this is really cool. Has a little date up there. You can customize these typically. And then if you don't like it, you just click on unsubscribe, and it'll give you a blank default background, basically. And then you can come through. You can even do like a string of these and have like a whole chain of them. How much does it use your RAM, CPU? It mostly is going to use your RAM, but you can adjust it. So you can actually come into the settings here. I like to go through this menu, and it pops over here. You can actually set it to like be different quality levels. You can also have it free memory by stopping at different things, pause per monitor, keep running for all this stuff. How much FPS you're allowing it to actually have and all this stuff. So you can customize it, but generally this is going to sit on your RAM. Generally it's a RAM thing. But yes, there you go. The Alistair spinning in the chair in one. Yep, that one is a good one too. That one is a very good one. But yeah, that's what I do for my backgrounds to keep things a little bit more entertaining, so to speak, with it. Hey, Hella. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, again, the automatic shoutouts are coming back. They're still being redeveloped since I deleted everything. And they're coming back with some really cool, much more automatic features. So, hoping to have that by Monday at the latest. So, backgrounds are free? Yeah. So all you do, the only thing that you pay for is you pay for Wallpaper Engine on Steam. Right here. And I don't think it's really that much, honestly. Yeah, it's like $5. And there's an entire library of wallpapers that are constantly updating. Like, you can even follow certain creators if you want to. You can even come over here to Discover. You'll get, like, recently approved ones. You can get popular right now. Then it'll give you a bunch of, like, generated ones for different categories, like some winter wallpapers, highlighted creators, must-have for phones, collections, winter, again, Genshin Impact, because a lot of people like Genshin Impact. Halo, Astronaut, Clock, Katana is going to be on there as well. Mario, Cat, Sci-Fi, Jujutsu Kaisen, memes. I do love the memes ones every now and then. You got Dota, Sakura, Sports, SAO, Neon, the list goes on and on. Vehicles. Oh yeah, you'll like these ones actually. This is more for famous right here, so you get some vehicles ones, so we could do like this, which is a much larger video, so this is a much heftier download of 192 megs. But once it's done downloading, you're going to see the quality come out right here. We'll let you watch that for a second. And see, that one did have some audio in the back, but you can see it there. It's pretty much just playing a video in the background. And you can adjust this to be as fast as you want. You can let it actually play the audio. You can let it not do the audio. All that type of stuff. And they're actually generally pretty high quality videos you can get with all this stuff. Not super intensive. Nope, not at all. And you can, again, you can customize for anything. So this one is a McLaren from Night City. Giving it a little cyberpunk visual here, so we'll let that one come up as well. Something like that gives you, like, you know, a little timestamp up here. You can have them be audio responsive as well. I really like audio responsive things. I don't always do them, but I mean, that's just a cool look right there. Like, you can't deny that one, right? Like, that's just hot. So, I'm doing great, hell, I'm doing great. How are you and Bird liking that Hytale game? I've seen you, Bird, and Sunagara, And I think 8-Bit Rise, I also saw playing it a little bit the other day. How are you guys enjoying that one? But yeah, it's not super intensive, nothing super crazy with it. Very intuitive. There are some wallpapers that have a little bit more customizability. So for example, there's this one, this Pixels one. You can see this was just kind of a generic one that you need as a base. For like something for the Arc Raiders one, has a bunch of cool little windows. You can actually click and drag some of the windows around for different things. And you can also disable them, but I think you have to come in here to do it. And then see, this one's got a lot more window settings for changing things, like putting a birthday in, vacation countdown stuff, whatnot. Little notepad with some different notes you can put in there, and I think that actually shows up. I don't know where the notepad is. I see numbers. Now I'm not seeing right here, but yeah, so there's all kinds of different options that you can get with that. Now I feel like the 2B one, so you guys have to stare at that with me. Sorry, bud. But yeah, that's the magic secret back there. It's also where I'm trying to make a redemption that will allow people to change the wallpaper to some pre-approved, pre-downloaded wallpapers in different categories. That's still a work in progress, though. Obscura 33 now? No. Nope, don't have it. Sorry, bud. Do you know what I am thinking on getting, though, for my birthday here is... I've talked about this a little bit. Pathologic 3, though. There's been some really good reviews on this, and the gameplay looks stellar. It's interesting. There's a lot of mystery going on with it. It's got some horror elements and whatnot. It just looks really fun. What about Macabre? What about it? What about it? You tell me that right now. What about it? It's an extract game? Is it like a vampire extraction game? Because that's what it sounds like. Is it even here? Is it on Steam? Did you mean Marble? It's on your wish list? How come I don't see it then? Did you misspell it? Is that the one? Or you own it? It says you own it. Yeah, you would own it. This is one that you would own. What a shock. Betray your friends for the lion's share of the loot. It's like, horror Dark and Darker, isn't it? It says the game's dead. Haven't made anyone else get it, can't be too broken. It was $10. You know, I'd rather play Mimesis, I'll be honest with you, if I'm gonna play something like that. Anyway, I completely lost track of where I was going on my train of thought. Because there's a lot of games I wanted to kind of get on board with here. But so we're thinking Factorio, we're thinking Warhammer 3 are the options, the main ones that we've been doing. There was something else, and I don't think it was satisfactory for tonight. There was another game, I don't remember what it was now. Rogue Trader, is that one? I haven't done it yet. You think you can do it? I don't know, Steel, you're gonna piss off Bunny. She's gonna be pissed. But yeah, I have not touched Rogue Trader yet. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this live and blind, or if I want to just have this be a game for me. Because you know, you never know. Sometimes you gotta have a game for yourself, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You gotta have something for yourself. Every now and then, at least. Not all the time. Just sometimes. Just sometimes. Tried to start it a few times, but I got interrupted each time it suited. What do you mean you got interrupted? What does that mean? You left the call. Okay, but here's the thing, Steel. Did she give you explicit permission to do Warhammer, or is she gonna fruit? Wife and kids needed something right away. Yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, I've got Rogue Trader, and I've also got Disco Elysium are two games I've had installed for a little bit that I am strongly debating on doing a playthrough. She said, F you. I wanted to play with you. Basically same thing. Oh, man. Well, it sounds like if I let you in, you're gonna paint a target on my back. Is that what I'm getting from? Is that what I'm getting here? Still attached to Bunny? Does she own them? Yeah. Basically. Basically. That's what it is. Someone get the leash. Funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that. Nah, I'm just kidding. Well, let's see here. Should we do another vote, or would you guys like to put it up to marbles? That doesn't look like Factorio. It's because it's not yet. It's what we're trying to decide on tonight, right now, here. Do you want to do a vote, or do you want to do marbles? I am totally willing to do marbles, if you guys would like. Dare you to play something you have never played on stream? I mean, Disco Elysium and Rogue Trader would fit under that. I've not played either of those on stream. I actually I got a few of these. Prefer if you just go with Factorio, to be honest. Everyone's got preferences. Everyone's got preferences. You know what else I haven't done? I haven't done a few of these games. I don't think I've ever played War of Rights on stream. That's a really fun one. That's really funny. Never played Space Haven. I've never played Shapes 2 on stream. I played RimWorld on stream. That doesn't count. Played that one. I played New Cycle on stream. I haven't played Ixion on stream. That could be a good one. I got a lot of these games I've never played on stream because I'm afraid. Because I'm a little baby. Or Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends, yeah. By the way, guys, Bunny is doing a promotion thing for Raid Shadow Legends. If you haven't tried it yet, I know we did a promotion like years ago. But if you haven't made an account and you want to help out Bunny, go make an account with their link and help them out with that. How about Hytale? I don't have Hytale. Oh, I did play Raid on stream. That's actually true. That's actually really true. I completely forgot I did that. So I can't do that. Run 12 clients of Raid at the moment. Promise I'm sane. That doesn't sound like what a sane person would do. Maybe you should find another game to fill your life. Man, Hytale looks interesting. I just haven't put forward the money for it. Played more than she has? No, she claimed that she had a high level on Raid. I'm just saying. How about a Final Fantasy? I mean, we have Final Fantasy 13. It's not installed. It's not installed, so I'm not doing that tonight. That's big enough. I don't want to tank up time with that. Trying to watch Factorio content, but nobody you plays it. That's hurtful, Mick. That's real hurtful. I've played it. I was taking a little break. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Relax, alright? Welcome to join us if you want. I'll think about it, hell, I'll think about it, yeah. If, I'll look into it a little bit more, and if I decide that I would like to try it out, I will, I'll hit you up with that. It's a game style you haven't seen me apply. Final Fantasy? Really? Never seen me apply something like that? It's like turn-based RP, like, tactics and stuff. Relaxed, calm, insane. I don't believe you, Mick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am, revoking that. I'm revoking your rights on that one. Have I ever played I don't think I've ever played Stronghold on stream. That's a contender. I've never played Stellaris on stream. That's relaxing. We like that one. Is Pistachio playing Slime Rancher again? There you go. I just had to hit him with that. Doing the same as some other streamers, waiting to see how quick the hype drops off of Hytale. Yeah, I've jumped on too many games off of initial hype, so... Yeah, that's why I'm not, like, exactly hell-bent on it. Should play Red Dead or that Knights game you were playing. Kingdom Come Deliverance too, but I played that on stream. I don't think I ever played Red Dead on stream, but I don't think I have Red Dead even installed right now. No, I don't, unfortunately. Don't have it installed. I did gift it to Mobius for Christmas. He has been playing it. In honor of your horse nonsense. That's fair. Well, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing now. I am totally willing to play any game. I really am. Past 2 weeks? Man, that's incredible how distracting that is, Rio. I'm sorry. What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. Since the future of YouTube right now is gonna be clips from stream, and then I want to do long-form content for Factorio and Warhammer 3, I would like to play those games primarily, but I am willing to expand into other stuff there, so... I did look at Clair Obscur. I actually think I would really like it, but I have so many games on my backlog. Like, here's one. Have any of you ever heard of Tyranny? It's a CRPG that I played a while ago, and I was really enjoying it, and then life got in the way. I was never actually able to finish it. It was super interesting and stuff, but... Such a good game, move to the front of the backlog. 45? Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Sorry, I've expended quite a bit of my budget recently. I gotta hold off a little bit. I can only get like one game this month because of my birthday and that. So I'm trying to pick and decide which one I can actually get. So that's the angle that I'm going with on that one. But yeah. Give him your Prime subs. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that based on the budget that I have and the funds I have access to, I can't just go buying random games to play for like one evening and then never pick up again. It's your BG3 suggestion as opposed to my ARC suggestions. That's fair. That's fair. And BG3 was a very evergreen suggestion, so... Kids don't need to go to college. No, this is actually my own personal funding. It's my own personal funding, is why I'm saying it, so... Exactly, yeah. Oh, I should mention that. By the way, we have found out child number 4 is, in fact... another girl. What a shock. It's another girl. What a shock. Most likely, a 4th redhead, too. So, God have mercy on us all. I'm sorry. Yeah, that'd be 3 girls now, by the way. Steel wants to change my vote. Damn. Damn. Oh, hey, baby girl. It's been a while. How you been? But yep, another girl. Good game. Good game. I'm tapping out now, basically. I do like my girls, but I gotta admit, I would have liked another boy, but I knew it was gonna be a girl. What? Your Slime Rancher time? Are you sure it's your Slime Rancher time? I thought it was Mr. Pistachio that was playing it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I know the truth. I know the truth, alright? If it was really you, you'd be doing a little bit of the game sharing. Unless you've, you know... Does Slime Rancher have multiplayer? I don't remember. I don't remember. She's the one who requested. And? Connected pistachio and emits it. I know, right? Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? And good night, bird. We'll see you later. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yet, can't believe you're not just doing a family share thing. You know what I'm saying? Specifically, booked tonight exclusively for Slime Rancher. That's, well, you know, as long as you filled out the proper forms and paperwork, I support it. I support it. Yes, of course, Ella. You have a good night as well. I'll totally want to play Warhammer because I'm available to play right. Okay, here. Tell you what, let's do one more vote. We'll do a quick one. This is just going to be a 2-minute vote. Because we're going to involve everybody in this now, okay? We're going to do Factorio, Warhammer, and I'll put other where I'll just choose a different game that's not those two. There you go, boom. 2 minutes, quick. Paperwork's my middle name. Oh, that's true. I walked into that one. That's my bad, baby. Anything that isn't Warhammer. Really, Mick? Why do you not like Warhammer? Dare throw Factorio up there? I don't know how many times I have to say this. So, for those of you that missed Monday, a lot of you, those of you that missed Monday, we kind of outlined a little bit of a roadmap of what we're doing this year. And the first half of this year, I want to try to push YouTube. And I've been heavily requested to do beginner level friendly Factorio and Warhammer content. Tutorials, walkthroughs, explaining things in like layman's terms and stuff. So that's why those two are now beginning to take up the main focus, even more so than what we've done in the past with like Tarkov, Arc Raiders, survival game stuff that I used to do a lot. You haven't seen a lot of that recently, right? That's why. That's why, I'm just saying. You're ready to explain Factorio, to be honest? Thank you, Mick. Apparently I'm great at explaining Warhammer as well, and I've had both of those requested heavily, like absolutely super heavily. So. Voting Factorio, I kill you. Well, let's see. That is a pretty overwhelming majority for Factorio right there. Bite-sized explanations for Factorio. I am planning to do that, yes. I am planning to do that. Some bite-sized, some more comprehensive guides are coming. I just have to... I've been trying to work on a process for shorts, and getting clips out, which is why I also unveiled the clip rewards program that I'm trying to do for you guys on Monday. And if you weren't there for it, essentially the watered down version of it is you guys make clips of the channel of anything here that you'd like, and then I will take those clips, edit them a little bit, and turn them into shorts. And then the best performing one at the end of the month, that user will get a prize, basically. That's it. That's it. The best performing clip of the month will get a prize at the end, and we will continue that forward. It gets everybody else involved a little bit, and it would also help me in getting clips that are actually short-worthy, rather than me crawling through VODs and being like, oh, yes. Yes. Oh. Yes, that is bullshit. Oh. I sound like shit. Nope, can't do that one. Nope, that one's terrible. My sense of humor sucks. That type of stuff, you know what I mean? So the Tarkov clip. And that one was me going through some really, really old stuff and thinking I might as well throw it up, see if people like, you know, some of the reminiscence and all that. So, of watching people play Factorio just because many people have different solutions to the same problem. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Yep. Very time-consuming BB... What? Hurtful? It is very time-consuming, yes. So the idea is, like, to give some... It's to give some incentives for people to help me out, but still reward people for helping me out. Does that make any sense? I hope it does. I hope it does. Yeah, that's... So that clip message is still a little bit of a work in progress right now. You can't actually automate the clip scheduling, just so you guys know. All this will be able to do is actually put it onto YouTube in private, and then I go in to schedule it later, so... Love the explanation. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. That works very well for me. Okay, well, if everybody wants Factorio, or the majority want Factorio, we can do that. Do we want to do the world that Pistachio and I had for Factorio, or do we want to start a new one and start getting some footage for some of the beginner tutorial stuff? Yeah, it is pretty cool. And now it's been validated. And after it gets validated, we showed this before, but ta-da! It then gets put in the video channel. It just doesn't, like, it doesn't do anything for us, title-wise right now, but that can come later. That can come later. I'm actually thinking about adding, a thing to let people do the naming, but we'll get to that later. Alright, want to do for the beginner thingy, is what people are saying. I'm sorry, Steel, the people have spoken here. We could probably do Warhammer 3 in a couple hours if you would like. And I got my automatic scene switch working again. Yay! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Isn't that awesome? Yeah! Savages of people, too. That is true. That is true. Might be interesting, but killing inside to show the difference in speed with automation versus doing the majority by hand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could do that. You'd have to do, you'd have to do a couple different things, but we'll start a new game, so we'll just do free play. And I like to leave everything on default, including, like, the terrain, enemy stuff. I don't change any of these values because I assume most new players won't change anything with this. That's just kind of my thought with it, and then if people want to make it easier for themselves, they can. If they want to make it harder for themselves, they can too. But we're just going to leave everything just default and just deal with the problems as they come, is the idea with it. So, it was democratically picked. That is true, it was. But I will make a double effort tomorrow, Steel, to make sure that I'm on for you, alright? Okay. So... You're moving minor? Well, that's why you gotta learn how to use trains. You gotta learn how to use trains, basically. Alright. So, as with every Factorio start, you always crash some random location. I didn't preview where I was going, because we're just gonna kind of play it by ear. We always have a starting patch, and we also have some starting bits and pieces, including some ammo in there that we're gonna take out. And then we're just gonna rip up some of these spaceship wrecks and leave the ship behind. That's very important. Everyone should leave the ship behind. Is that desert? It looks like it's partially desert at least. I don't know if it's going to be a full desert. We'll find out. Definitely cover base defense? Sure, yeah. There's multiple different ways to do base defense. But right now, we're going to get some good footage for the beginning bits of it. And this is kind of... If you guys hear anything that is a good tip, make sure to clip it. Or, I think... Well, never mind, yeah. If you see anything that's a good... Something that you feel like is good advice or something to talk over more, make sure to clip it and then message in the chat when you clip it what it was that you're kind of looking at with that as we go through this stuff. So first thing you should always do before building anything in my eyes, unless you're going for an achievement run, you should always look at your patches, and thankfully, blessedly, our patches are actually spaced out and not crossing over, so we don't have to do anything with that. So that's good. This is all really close together. We like that. The stone's just a little ways off there. This is going to be really simple to bring together here, right? It's going to be very simple to bring together. Then, we want to do a quick little run around. I actually have uranium early on. That's insanity. No, just clip it, and then you just wait. It'll go. It'll go. Don't spam it. Don't spam it. You're gonna ruin it, hurt its feelings. Why is space a good thing? That's a great question. So I'll answer it here now, and then I'll go into a more detailed explanation as to why it's a good thing. Basically, you want the spacing between to prevent having to have mixed belts and managing that early on. Later, when you have more infrastructure and you get to like Fulgora, you're gonna have to do sushi belts. Everyone has to deal with that eventually. But in the early stages, you don't want to deal with it when you have extremely limited resources. So you got a tiny little nest right there. That's good. I just want to see what the closest nests are and what I'm going to be dealing with that way. And we have a small little uranium patch that we'll be grateful to have early on. You don't always get a uranium patch that close. So I'm pretty happy about that. But yes, no question is a dumb question, by the way. And I will go into greater detail about the pros and cons. I consider starting patches that are close together to be really fun to have to do the separating and stuff, but it can also legitimately be just a major pain. Especially, think about it this way, I should say. If you were brand new to the game and you had all these patches squished together, how would you even know what to do? You wouldn't know what to do, right? There'd be no context whatsoever for that. So you'd just be kind of sunk on it. Okay, so we know we've got a small clutch of biters over there. And since, as Mick mentioned, we are on a desert map, we're going to have to deal with biters a little sooner than we normally would have to. Ooh, and would you look at that? 2.7 million. Well, I don't need to be afraid of uranium. Ask some good ones occasionally. Ooh. Only occasionally, though. Oh, I'm stuck on a tree. Another fun fact, most of the trees around us are dead, so they don't really give us any pollution resistance factors whatsoever. So we shouldn't worry about keeping any trees alive. That's not going to be part of our strategy this time. Ooh, there's a pretty healthy amount of bugs over here, and I managed to accidentally aggro some. That's my bad. And the pistol sucks if you can't tell. The pistol is terrible. Alright. Deal with that later. Stress to grow faster. Exactly. Oh, there are some live trees over here, actually. Maybe we do have a little bit of a forest biome somewhere. They got the job done, but like, once you come over here, you're never going to do this with just a pistol. So, we've got a fair amount of biters that are close to us, so we will have to deal with military fairly early on. Alright. So now let's come back. We're going to start formulating a little bit of a strategy. And one of the best ways to get started, smack rocks. And I don't mean the ore, I mean the big rocks. Like this. Because in this time, I probably would have gotten like maybe 3, 4 pieces of stone. And I just got way more than that. And some coal to go with it all in one. So win-win. So I'm just going to kind of clean up some of these rocks. Probably some of the ones close by here too. Is there an advantage to having the creatures on hostile versus peaceful? If you have the creatures on hostile, and you don't change the settings, you can access all of the achievements. If you don't do that, you'll be locked out of some achievements, basically. As far as I'm aware, that's it. So, if you're a huge achievement hunter thing and you want to get a bunch of achievements on your first run, make sure that you keep the biter hostility on. If you don't care about achievements, then don't worry about it. Okay. So first things first, we're going to need to get some iron. Specifically because we need to get some plates. So we always do like this. You feed one mining drill into one furnace. The reason you do this is because this will output its resource wherever the arrow is which in this case is straight in front of it, which will go straight into the furnace. So right now, if I feed some into the furnace, nothing. But if I feed some coal here, you'll see here, it'll come up. As soon as it's done, goes to the next one because we deposited it in here. That's why you see a lot of people have lines early on of one drill to one furnace. Even though it's not technically efficient, this is going to save you a lot of time to do this. Stress from biters makes you focus better, typically. For some people, not for everyone. I won't say it's for everyone. But I do believe that it does make you a better player to have to deal with the additional stresses. I'm just going to do some early coal right there. We'll let that build up. I'm going to go smack a couple more rocks that have some coal and some stone in them. Because one of the nice things about Factorio is that it is a sandbox game. There is no right or wrong way to do anything. There are, however, some more optimal or at least better angles that you can take. So that the starting drills and grabs require coal. I didn't leave that out. I showed it on screen. I showed you what I was giving to it. What I didn't tell you was how I was feeding it with the coal. And that's important to note. You can intuitively guess that because this wasn't running, and right here you can see that this is the fuel line for both of these, and these didn't run until I gave them coal. But the way that I gave them coal is really interesting. You can hit Control and right-click to deposit half of what's in your hand, half a stack. You can also do Z, which will drop something on the ground, like that. And you can actually, typically what we do is when you have a line of things, you'll hold Z, and then just wiggle your mouse like this to drop one of everything each time you pass. You can kind of do a more even spread that way. But you won't be needing this except for the very early stages, and these do pretty much tell you that they consume fuel. That right-hand bar, that info card, is super important, by the way. You need to make sure that you're watching with that. Can't slack off the biters, enable no rebuilding factory from scratch a bunch of times with them. Oh, now that is where you're wrong. You can definitely rebuild multiple times. Sometimes because of the biters. I'm just saying. Like to do is make 4 coal drills feed onto each other to make a coal well. And I think I learned that here. You probably did. I don't call it a coal well. We use a more common term and refer to it as a coal snake. And the reason we call it a coal snake is quite simple, actually. So obviously right here, we understand the mechanic that a drill will do this. As an example, I'll put a drill here and we'll feed it a little bit of coal. Wood will also work, but watch this. When this comes out, we drill one, and then we're going to drill another one, right? Oh, but that's crazy. It stopped. Why did it stop? Well, right here. Because its output is full. And in this case, it's one of the rare cases where a machine's output is actually outside of it, and there's no internal buffer. That's with your miners, basically. So when I come over here and I hold F to take it, it starts drilling again. But I don't need that right now. What I do need is to abuse that mechanic to create the snake. Which here we're going to do a 2x2 snake, which is simple. You do this, R to rotate, R to rotate, R to rotate. And if you don't see those arrows like that, you can just hit Alt. That'll bring up the arrows. So now what's going to happen? Oh, voice mod? Okay. I will wait for the explanation then, unless it's fixed. Are we good now? Can I be understood? Was there anything that got missed while I was stuck in a voice mod? I think we're good now, right? I'm gonna say we're good now. Okay. To start this, all you have to do is literally drop one piece of coal into one machine. And what happens is these actually drill faster than they consume. Meaning that this is now gonna feed this one, and then this one feeds this and this. And then you can walk away from this and have a whole lot of coal. Here's your downside that no one seems to explain. And it's this. When you tap M, this is what you will normally see. You need to make sure you come over and click on this pollution meter. And you need to watch those squares. When the squares start to reach the nests, you need to go and deal with those before they touch the nests, or else they will start to form little raiding parties on you and come and touch your butt. Voice was clear, wasn't a villager voice? Oh, good. Alright, as long as my voice was clear. Clear enough to be understood. So we want to do this, but we want to be kind of quick. They also added this little feature that now when you craft certain things, you'll unlock some of the early bit technologies. It's not a huge deal, and I think it is kind of good for most things. But suffice it to say, we're going to want to get steam power up pretty quick, because we want to be away from burner economy as fast as possible. But we also need to get military technology. So our first goal is going to be to jump up to the red science packs. Which to do that, you need to have iron plates, you need to have copper plates, and then you need to craft one science lab to get to this point. So we're going to start that. We're going to start with that. So now that we've done that, I will leave these up with their little exclamation marks. I normally just go through and take them off. I'm going to leave them up for a pretty good reason that you'll see in just a moment here. So I'll make a couple more of these drills. And again, I'm not doing a weird little achievement run or anything here. I'm just going to come over, I'm going to put 3. Well, 3, including that one there. And then I'm going to put 3 over here. And for the live viewers, this isn't too loud, right? The music. Now I'm just going to do this. Because I don't need a whole lot of this. I don't need this to be perfectly spaced with it. I'm just going to kind of throw down some coal. Again, that was that Z trick I explained earlier. And I'll show it again here. Hold it. Hold Z. And then as you do this little doohickey, every time you pass, you'll drop 1. And you just kind of move your mouse like that. And then it's not going to be perfect, but you'll at least drop some in there. Couldn't hear you over the music. Okay. Well, we tried. And that's okay. Later on, I'll be understood. And honestly, what's probably going to happen is that we'll just take the footage of this, and then we'll record a new voiceover on it later. Something that's just a little bit cleaner, most likely. Okay, so now here we want to make a lab. But to make a lab, we need to have enough for the bare components. And early on, all you really need to care about is the raw, the total raw. So we just need the plates. And the reason for that is simple. It's because when we click on this, it queues up any missing components that we don't have. And it will make those components for us. Which is going to take a lot longer than if we just did it ourselves. But it does tell us the total raw if you were to handcraft it, because your crafting speed is a 1.0. So we'll keep that in mind as we go. Alright, so we've now researched our lab. We've made one. And now we have red science packs, which is very good. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come up here for the time being. And I'm going to put the science lab close to where our power source is going to be. And this is going to be extremely temporary. Very temporary. We now want to go collect a little bit of wood to make some power poles. And with these power poles, I'm not too worried about the pollution right now, so I'm just going to take live trees. Some people might be gritting their teeth a little bit at this choice, but trust me, it won't make that big of a difference for us. Okay, and then I'm just going to make a bunch of poles, and then we need to decide how much starting power we're going to have. So this is another one that a lot of people get confused on. To do your starting power, the basic concept is that you will have boilers that you use with fuel, such as coal, to then take water, you're going to turn it into steam, and then through pipes, you will then feed that steam into steam engines. This is your first time that you will actually have to and want to deal with ratios. So, you can see on the card right here, the steam engine has a couple of things on it. One of the things is that it has base mod space age, that it tells you what mod pack it comes from, if it's part of one and all that. If not, it's going to say a couple things there. And this will vary a little bit between vanilla and space age, but the core basics will be the same. You can now see down low that there's the stack size, the rocket capacity, which is important later, but not super prevalent right now. What is prevalent is that it says consumes steam with a consumption of 30 per second, 30 units of steam per second, max temperature of 165 Celsius, accepted fluid, because we're going to call steam a fluid. And you can see the icon for steam. You then come over to a boiler, and you can see a boiler will generate steam at 60 per second at 165. One of the easiest ratios that you'll ever get. Very simple, straightforward. This does 60, these eat 30. 2 steam engines to 1 boiler. Very simple, very simple. MZ 18500. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. So, because we know that, now we can come back down here, we can get the required materials, and we can use this to decide how much power we want. I'm doing great today, MZ. Thank you very much for asking. Thank you very much for asking. Popped in real quick. I'll say real quick. Here in a flash, I reckon. Dead inside and outside, but, you know, who's keeping track? Okay, come up here. Get some of these. And again, we're going to want to be very, very careful of our pollution. We're going to keep an eye on that as we go through here. So what I want to do is decide how many steam engines I want. I typically will start with 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 boilers, and then 1 offshore pump. Perfect. That's all we need right now. It's Factorio that we're running today, and we're actually starting a beginner tutorial section here. So I'm kind of explaining things to people from the very beginning here, and then we'll do a video later detailing some of that. I'm also going to queue up a research now for the most important research, which is automation, which requires 10 science packs. I'm additionally going to queue up military next, because those are 2 things that I want in buckets. And then, while we are waiting and making our stuff, I'm going to want to also make the science pack so I can feed them in exactly. Not heard of that before? Well, you're in the right place. What brought you this way then if you haven't heard of Factorio? I'm curious what brought you over here. Discord community spot to chill in? I do. Yeah. You can exclamation mark Discord for it. Yes, it is, MZ. Yes, it is. It is indeed correct. You can exclamation mark Discord. That'll take you to the server. Alright, let's see. So I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to make our power, for now at least, we'll go right here. And we're going to do banks of 2. Like so. And we're going to have these 2 be right next to each other. And then, very important, make sure that you hook up power lines to your engines, or else they will not be able to actually put out power to anything. And then I am actually going to do this little trick. Oh, and I need to move it a bit. No. It's been a while. It's been a while. Leave me alone. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to have them kind of share a little bit of steam with each other. You don't need to do this, but I find that I like doing this. I'm just going to connect these pipes like this in these 2 particular banks, and then we'll do a gap space with a couple more. You can do just straight like this and be totally fine, because they're never going to actually run out. But if you have low power states, this will actually give you a small buffer of steam that you can kind of use. It's not a huge deal, though. It's the only tech not affected by cost multipliers. Yeah, imagine that, right? Send you a friend request. Wow, MZ, that Emmanuel. That name sounds extremely familiar for some reason. I wonder where I've heard of that name before. There you go, you got a friend request. Alright, so we're going to preload. A little bit of water in there. And now you'll see these are loaded and ready to go with water. However, they don't have any fuel. We'll get to that in just a bit here. But right now we want to just take, very simply, So if you want to do these max lines like this, but you don't want to go through the pain of hitting this, just come over here, click and hold, and then drag, and it will try to put the power lines to the greatest distance that it can. Just like that. It's perfect. Okay. And then, just very, very, very bare-bone basic beginning, I'm going to put down chest. This is a little trick I've done in the past. It's worked pretty well. And I'm going to do a couple burner inserters. Because I'm doing it this way because I don't have any belts right now, and I don't really feel like doing belts. And now I'm going to wait to actually blow coal until I've got 20. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. Right there. Boom. Now, the reason I'm waiting is because this is going to start generating some pollution. So I want to make sure that I've got enough coal for that box to let it go through to its completion. I want to have enough copper, and I want to have enough iron that I can make military stuff immediately upon researching, so that I can reduce my risk profile overall. And I'm going to want to have some wood. Because what we're going to do is we're going to do a little tactic where we have a submachine gun and we have a shotgun to clear out these early nests. And you'll see why we want these in a bit. It's also why we want a mix of iron and copper and then a little bit of wood. Okay, now that we've got 10, that is close enough. We can go ahead and load this in. Right there, and then we can start up that. Ta-da! We have power! Isn't that awesome? Isn't that juicy? And these are the only texts that we're going to be doing by hand if we can avoid it. Mainly because we do want these belts and stuff. But we're going to do a lot of, like, a really interesting setup with our things here. Then we'll throw that in. And you'll see a couple little module slots down here. Don't worry about that too much, but know that that will be important later. Now we've loaded all of our science in. Now it's just a matter of waiting for our automation to come in. And then, again, we're monitoring our pollution. We're sitting in pretty good margins right here. But if you're ever curious, you can go up here to your pollution tab. We can even go off of the past 10 minutes. And we can see here that our pollution production is mostly coming from these burner drills, a little bit from the smelters, and then some from the boilers. And then we can also see that the pollution being consumed is primarily coming from some of the trees that we've got, and then some land tiles here, right? So what this means is if you can balance this, you can actually make yourself kind of net neutral for the most part. And in the beginning bits, you will be basically having all of it consumed by the surrounding trees here. And so if you're careful, you can minimize the pollution until you can deal with it later. So we got automation. This gives us our assembling machine 1s. And if you're ever curious, you can always scroll down to where it's green to see what something gave you. And you can see that automation 1 gave us assembly machine 1s and long-handed inserters, which I'm currently in front of. And I apologize for that. Let me really quickly get out of the way. Boom. So right here, you can see that I've got assembly machine 1s and long-handed inserters as a result of this particular research. You can also see the research chain as it goes through for required researches down the line. And yes, it does affect the game. And it can affect the game by quite a bit. And also, I knew I recognized the name. So, guys, just so you know, this is the message that I got. This is a very common message that you'll see if you ever have this happen. This is a great example. I allowed it to happen to show this as an example. Don't fall for these. Just ignore these, basically. Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. I've had multiple people come to me with that one. Just wanted to take the time to give like a good proper look at that and show you guys that. Was that bad? Yes. Yeah, it was sus from the beginning. There's a couple signs that tell you that that's sus, by the way. One of them is if you go up and look at the messages, think about how that started, for one. So it starts with a follow immediately. How are you doing today, Pudman? Good. They ask you, what game are you running today? And then they've never heard of this before. How have you not heard of it before? How did you get here? Don't answer that. They're just going to skip right by that, try to get straight to the nitty-gritty with it, too. And let's see. Oh yeah, it's also a recent account. I've seen that Emmanuel Discord account previously multiple times, by the way. That's one of the reasons that I knew. This dude's actually approached me multiple times, so I'm going to go ahead and give that a ban. The main thing with it is that, if only somebody's told you the page. Yes, exactly. Not Factorio, exactly. So they said that, they say like, you know, oh, I've not heard of that. Do you have a Discord community spot to chill in? And then they immediately want to friend you on Discord. They want something. I was curious if it was going to be pushing for art, or if it was going to be pushing for engagement. The biggest, worst thing you can do is fall for the siren call of someone saying, if you pay me some money, I'll just give you like free growth, basically. That's not how it works. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Now, a little PTA out there. I know it should be common sense, but for some people it's really genuinely not common sense. But that's okay. Anyway, now we've got our beginning military stuff, and we're going to go quick with this. We're going to go submachine gun, 1 shotgun, and these will automatically equip if you have free slots. And then I'm going to get, probably just make like all of these as shotgun shells to get them going. And then I'm going to come down and get some iron to then get some magazines. So, you just paid him with exposure. I mean, did I really pay him? Was it payment? I'm not sure if it is. The wrong kind of payment. Unless you go off of the even bad publicity is still publicity type of thing. Oh good, I forgot how to shift my gun now. Is it B? No, it's not B. Uh-oh. It's been too long. Is it caps? No, it's not caps. Is it X? There it is, C. I knew it was down there somewhere. Savage Australian? Obviously. This is something to be said for exposing yourself. I know, right? I know. Anyway, so why do we have this combination, and why is it important that we know how to switch our guns? And the main reason, honestly, is literally because we're going to use shotguns to bust down the nests. So, as an example, we'll go off of this smaller one on the right side, because this will be a little less of a threat to deal with, and we can just kind of discuss it a bit. Let's see, I think we have enough shotgun shells. Let's start getting some of the magazines. And early on, you're still going to be super weak. Also, if you get annoyed by this, by the way, you can literally just hit T, and then take off T, and then you won't get that blaring in the top right. You're welcome. You're welcome, by the way. Okay, so every time that you encounter a nest, you will encounter these issues. There will always be some colony guards around that will patrol. They'll be a little different based on what's around you. You can see when you get too close, they will immediately rush you. But with a submachine gun, this is a lot easier to deal with. You're not in any danger now. There's always going to be these worms. These ones are stationary and have range. And there's a way to deal with them. So what you need to do is you'll come up like so. You're going to want to mow down any mobile targets. Switch your shotgun. And hit that. And then switch to this. And as long as you keep moving, and whenever you see the spitter spit, you just change direction. They can't really hit you, see that? They might hit you a little bit. As long as you don't stay where it actually hit, you're gonna be fine. And we switched to the submachine gun because the submachine gun is a point and hit the nearest thing. It's not a directional. Shotgun is directional. But the shotgun does more damage the bigger the target is because of the spread will have more hit that. I have no clue why that auto mod decided to say Famous couldn't say that, by the way. That's crazy. And that was Discord that said it. Famous, get your eyes checked. Get your eyes checked. I have no clue why Automod decided to do it that way. Reading is hard, it's true. But yeah, so you can see there, we're able to take out nests very efficiently doing that method. So before we expand anything, we're going to go and hit the nearest nests to us to give us a little bit more time to deal with things, because I don't want to sit here and defend my main area longer than I have to. Just saying. Diamond protected you. Shouldn't have. Compared to Famous, who's like one of the founding fathers, basically. So see, this one's a little bit trickier because there's 3 worms right there. So I'm going to start with this top one, then we'll come down to that one in just a bit. Because nearby nests will aggro based on if you get too close, and there's another nest that's aggroed close to the one, yada yada yada. You know, threats compounding, whatnot with that. So again, we'll just come up. They'll try to predict a little bit. Now we'll trim. A couple from that other nest are going to come over. Not too many. It is primarily range based. We might have triggered one of the nests, actually, which is just going to keep spawning more. And if you die, dying's not really a huge deal either. Man, I'm rusty. Okay, I'm going to just submachine gun that one from a distance because I can't get too close right now. Which is a little bit of a waste of ammo and it takes longer. But I got one down, which is good enough for me, so we will back up and let ourselves heal. Which, if you want quick healing, you can get some fish. But I'm not too worried about it, so you just sit here and wait a second. And then eventually your health bar will begin to climb back up. Slowly, but it will climb. That was a bog standard viewer. Is he? Even though he's got the founder thing? Oh, I guess. Maybe the founder thing doesn't do anything. I might fix that up a little bit then. You make a compelling point, Discord. Alright, let's try this again. But I'm going to deal with that worm first. So we're going to target the worm. And you'll see here that whatever's nearest to my cursor gets shot first. So you just put your cursor like this. You can then mow down like this if you want to be super lazy, but see how much that's going to tank your ammo? It's better to do the shotgun like this. You'll save ammo doing that way. In fact, I might have demonstrated that I might have eaten up too much ammo, so let's see. Yeah, I think I ate up too much ammo. Okay, so we'll just go get some more ammo, but that's one nest cleared. Can't even protect myself. I'm sorry. We can fix that stuff. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Oh, man. I might be getting sick. I'm starting to get, like, achy. My jaw's even getting achy. You cry. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Grab some of that. I mostly need the iron over here, to be honest. Like that. Frank didn't catch something from the office yesterday. Well, my kid probably gave me something. That's okay. Is it time for ads right now? No, we had an ad break recently already. We're fine. We're alright. Don't you worry about it. So let's clear out these nests first, because then we can get started with the next stage of things. Alright, so again, I would prefer to hit these worms first. But don't know if I'll even be able to get close enough for it, so we might have to blow some more magazines specifically on them. Which, again, it's not super efficient, but if we just kind of do a little wiggle, wiggle, wiggle like this, we can get it. That's one worm. Doing a little dance. You see how they're kind of just shooting the spaces around me? That's how you know that you're doing the little dance correctly, basically. It feels like I have a toothache, but it's like, I shouldn't have a toothache right now. Crazy. Alright, I got enough health right now. Alright, so now again, we want to deal with the worm, because worm is the biggest threat. We just keep on doing like little circular motions. Now we can come over here and do the better shotgun method, which is also just going to be faster in general. And somehow we aggro the other nest again. I thought I was far enough away that it wouldn't aggro that nest with this, but that's okay. And you can see, you don't have to be stupid close to get the full damage on the shotgun, but the closer, the easier on the spread, because the spread is random. This is a death world or something, so you can't base up and turret creep? What? No, it's not. It's not a death world. This is the way I like to do it. Why would I want a turret creep? I just want to get it out there so I don't get some early surprise stuff. Oh, good, a dad joke. Okay, let's see here. Go down the list. Alright, when does a dad joke... When does a joke become a dad joke, I should say? When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Very good. Very good. You guys got it. Gets his fourth daughter. That's cruel. Cruel and unusual, I dare say. Alright, let's see. Oh, look, we found our oil, too. We want to make sure we keep track of our oil. Luckily, everything is really, really close. We don't even need to do trains if we don't want to. But we're going to do trains. Guns removing him, consider gifting him a kid. They were so good. You're just going to gift him a kid? Really dreading is paying for 3 weddings? It is true. I am dreading that. That'll be a day. That'll be a day. Not for a while, though. Ah, man. I don't know what I did. Alright. So now, with all of that done, we now have the immediate area mostly cleared right there. There's a couple little places here and there that we could go through, but we're going to work on getting some technology before we even worry about that. So, what I want to do now is I want to bring the power down to the main resource area, so I don't have to walk as much. And to reflect this, I'm also going to go ahead and fill this up with the coal I've got there, and we'll come back and give it some more coal in a bit. It really would be a day. It's true. It's true. You know, always expect the worst. What can I say? So I'm just going to come down. We'll do, like... Yeah, I'll go in this area. Why not? So I always suggest kind of pick an area, and then just kind of go off of your area for your initial stuff. So right now, the main focus that we have is we're going to have our research lab for actually researching. And then we're going to have a few machines making things for us. So obviously we want a bunch of assembly machines. Ow, damn. Oh, man. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get me some ibuprofen because I think I might actually be getting sick and I don't want to die tonight. Give me just one moment to go address that and probably get some more caffeine, and I will be right back. I think we're close enough. I'm going to run an ad break now while we're gone, and then when we get back, we will unpause and resume. All right? Deal? Deal. God mode voice. Oh boy. Well, I'm glad it came back. So yeah, running an ad break. We won't do anything until the ad break's done. So, give me one moment. One moment. Speaking of, I should go charge my phone while we're here. All right. All right, we're back. Admittedly, part of it might be my glasses are giving me a bit of a headache. I don't do well with glasses. Oh, I just dropped my ibuprofen. There it is. I'll try adjusting my glasses a bit. Maybe I just need to give myself a little break. Less squeeze. Okay. Here we go again. Let's try this. Okay, so. Making our assembling machines, we're going to start a little camera. Fuck! Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Alright, so. Always, 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 always start with a production chain that's going to give you an immediate, clear benefit. Love when you talk automation to me. What can I say, Mike? The people wanted it tonight. So, what I always do in the beginning is you're going to set up one very important automation chain, which is going to be your first red science pack. And we're going to just reverse engineer, so to speak. I'm going to have this for the gears. And then we're going to have a couple boxes, 2 in particular here. And I'm just going to do copper. And then I'll be able to do another lab and such if I want to. In fact, right there. Don't get pop-ups from YouTube chat, by the way. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Let's see. What? It should be auto-connect. Oh my gosh. Stupid. It was set to not auto-connect, which is really lame. They should pop up now. Not that anyone's over there. I mean, you resent that? Hey. Listen, I know there's not a lot of people over on YouTube, but for the few people that are, I do want to have it there just in case, so. Now that we can see you over there, we should be good. Alright, so let's grab some of these again. Have a lot of copper, a lot of spare copper. That's to our benefit here. Yes, I can see you over there, Joe. I can see you. I saw the resentment bit with that too. Don't worry, we're here. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. This is probably the simplest little automation chain you're gonna ever see, by the way. Just a couple boxes, like so, and I'm just gonna put like half of my copper in there, and then half of my iron. And again, if you don't know, you can hit left alt to trigger the little icons over everything to know where everything's at. And there you go, your first automation. Woo! Daddy gets the sexual harassment. The other one where the purple app's better. That's true. That's true. Go purple. Go purple. Alright, so now that we've got actual automation coming, I want to get this because we're going to start making a maul for our belts in a bit. But I also want to get electric mining drills coming as well. So there's going to be a lot of this stuff that's going to come into play. Those are the 2 main ones, and then I want radar, because I personally really like having the radar. And then we're going to get lamps, because I like lamps. There's no other reason. I just like having the lamps around, and we'll do some fun things with that later. We're then also going to research gun turrets for defense. Going to get some faster inserters. We're just going to queue all this up. Then I want to go down the route of steel, and we'll go from there. Testing the visual pop up at the bottom right. Yeah, it doesn't do that anymore because StreamerBot got deleted, and I haven't re-implemented that stuff. So that stuff also wasn't showing up before because I had it set to be in the background so that you guys don't see it here and you wouldn't hear the notification either, which was just a factorial little blurb and all that. So none of that's going on right now. We might bring that back later. We might not. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so now we got some actual research going, albeit a little slow on the research. But that's okay. What we can do to speed it up is just get another lab and have it feed into 2 labs. So we'll just come like here. And I think we are going to do that because speed would be really nice right now with that. Not as a problem for now. No. If there was more people on YouTube that were actively talking, I would address that. But there's not, so it's not an immediate concern right now. The only thing I have to worry about on YouTube, for the most part, is comments. And those ones are also pretty bare bone far and in between, so not a whole lot of activity going on there right now. Thankfully. So let's add a little bit more spice to that, and then we'll come over here, and we're just going to add 1 more inserter, but you'll notice that we have a little dead space right there, so I'm actually going to change that pole's position. And now, ta-da! Because you notice that this one was, you know, filling up a little too fast. So now what should happen is that this will be able to get the full capacity of the actual assembly machine out, which is really what we care about as we go down the list. Now we can go through here and look at what we want for our mall. So, actually, we'll wait until we get the actual logistics in. So right now we're going at a little tiny itty bitty raindrop trickle of 6 science per minute, more or less. And that's okay. You don't have to be fast. It just has to work. But this is where your beginning little bits are going to come from right here. Just the light of your life. Oh, yeah. Someone could make a reference from that. I mean, they could. It's true. It is true. Okay, now. We have all this going. You can pretty much just walk away for a bit, grab yourself a drink at this point. You go to the bathroom. Because we haven't generated enough pollution to worry about anything. We took care of the most immediate problems that there would be. You could go around and stomp out some more bug nests while you're waiting for this. But in our case, because we want to set up a mall, I'm actually going to sit here for a bit and make a few more assembly machines and get those ready to go. And you'll notice that we're not actually making a lot of belts right now. And this is going to come down to personal preference, but the reason I'm not making belts right this minute is because I've got a little bit of foreknowledge and an idea of what I want to do. So I'm kind of being slightly omniscient with it, but not a whole lot. And there we got logistics, which now gives us our regular belts, underground, and our splitters. So, you'll notice that all these have plate, gear wheel, plate, belt, plate, green circuit, belt. So, because of that, you also need to have something that's making these green circuits, right? So, let's go through and do that a little bit. So, we're going to start by doing this. 1, 2, 3 for our belts, and we'll just go left to right. So, that one, and that one. But we know that this one feeds into these two, so what we're going to actually do is give ourselves one space right there, because we're going to do a couple things here. Because both of these take that precious little belt, we want to be able to have these feed in. So in fact, I'm going to do something I haven't done before. I'm actually going to space these with the belt in the center, and we're actually going to feed out like this, like a little trifecta type of thing, and then these ones will go to their own boxes directly in front of them. Don't know if enough of this space to do anything with it. Hey, someday, don't you worry. So this is going to be the basic setup, and I don't have my circuit logic stuff, so right now I'm going to make a little change that a lot of people should do and should understand about this. So with your Factorio boxes, you can set limits. And we're going to do exactly that. So the limit we're going to set is going to be based solely on our current demands, which aren't very high. So because we want to be a little bit conservative with resources, I'm going to go to 3 stacks, where you click on the red X and then click right there. And then now I can show you copy and paste. So right here, I did that, but I didn't do it here. Shift, right click, and then shift, left click. And now you've copied settings. And this will be true for any building that has a similar setting. You can copy across all of it. So for example, we could actually set a whole bunch of these, and if I wanted gears, I set 1 to gears, and then I go shift click like that. There we go. Explosives also do? Sure, yeah, of course. So now, right here, we need gears for this only, but I need plates for all of this. This is where we now want to start thinking about belts. But do I really want to make all the belts myself? No, not really. So what I'm going to do is just make a quick little doohickey here, solely for the creation of the belts. And then what I want to do is, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. There's a variety of ways that you can set this up. And there's really no right or wrong way necessarily. So I'm actually going to do something really interesting. Really, really interesting. Because I haven't done this in a hot minute. We're going to do a long handle inserter. That'll actually be right here. To feed the gears in. But then we're going to do a box right next to it. And I'm going to do this little trick. And then what this is going to do is now I can set this to feed from a single box and distribute the iron that I put into it specifically for this purpose. So now to show you this, I'm going to go ahead and distribute power. Like so, and I'm just going to have it come from over here. So now everything is powered, we're all good. Now when I throw plates in here, it then takes what it needs for both ends of the chain, puts it in, and then now you'll see some of the belts are getting put over into these little components here, and they'll just kind of stack up for a bit. I'm not too worried about them. And then all the other excess belts will come over here and start stacking up. Was that one guy who sent a friend request instantly and whatever something nefarious? Yeah. Shares Pokemon theme by UMC, Hands Brown, gave me chills and I thought you might enjoy. The Pokemon theme by UMC, have I heard it? That sounds familiar, actually. It's the metal version? Yeah, I think I've heard of this. I'm pretty sure I've heard of this. We'll listen to it, though. Why not? I think it's fairly recent, isn't it? Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a big fan of Pokemon growing up. Alright, so now I got a bunch of plates, but I'm going to dedicate these plates to going towards some belt production right now. Oh, and we also need to... Okay, we're going to do half for belts, and then the other half go towards the gear wheels that we need for research that has been neglected now. Recommending music that's least likely to be divisive. Got some weird ones around. Everyone's got weird ones around. Not everybody likes my kind of music either, and that's okay. That is okay. Lord of Ents is an amazing name, and thank you for the follow, by the way. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings nerd myself. I love Tolkien. Very good choice. Very good choice of name. Just saying. I'm just saying. Let's grab some of that. I got way too much copper right now. Let's see. Do something like that. Need to grab some more coal now. Answer the Star Trek Furry Bears in the Fort. That's what you get. That's what you get, famous. You go sit on timeout. How dare you? How dare you? You're lucky I let you off so easy this time. But I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong either. Okay, we can start making our electric mining drills too, which is what we're going to use for our actual automation. So what I want to do is I'm going to start with like 8 drills to each patch and go from there. And we'll just do like a small smelting stack, nothing too crazy. And I've got plenty of stone furnaces, I'm not worried about that in the least. So I just need to, yeah, just get enough mining drills. We'll just make them by hand. Again, this is not about achievement running, this is purely about getting you to a point that makes sense. Let's see, I guess I could just let that keep going as is right there. And then we'll just slap it there while I'm still trying to get things together. This is our first step in going away from the burner economy, as you're going to hear it referred to. Or the burner stage, so to speak. If you ever hear someone refer to it, anything with a burner, this is the moment that they're talking about, pretty much. Okay, let's see. We've been running power for a bit, so let's see if I need to add some more coal up here. It's been kind of quiet. I haven't run out of it yet. Yeah, it was kind of getting there, though, huh? There we go. We gave ourselves a little bit more time. All right. And we're going to get radar soon. And once we have actual automation, that's when I want to start doing radar. I might start with just 4. 4 mining drills per patch to start with, because I cannot be bothered right now. Alright, now comes the really interesting bit, which is going to be how you decide to do your mines, basically. And there's a couple different schools of thought as to how one should approach the mines. I am of the belief, personally, of compactness, right? I like compact. Thought about streaming, there's precisely 0 chance of it succeeding unless by funny. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? You don't necessarily have to be funny. I mean, it helps, but there's plenty of people that aren't funny, I would say, that get to stream. So, do like this. We do 1 pole in the center, and then I'm gonna do a shift click here to show you where things must go. So, yep, we're gonna have belt, 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 and then we need an underground with the belts that we already have, and we're gonna go boop, boop, like that. Boom, done. That's my square. And that's all I want. So question, Famous, are we thinking about the same BBL? And if so, what kind of streaming content are you doing? Because I know you used to do the racing stuff, but if you're getting a BBL, I think you have something much more nefarious in mind, dare I say. Dare I say? Perchance, even. Perchance. I'm wondering if my glasses are just giving me a massive headache. It's gotta be what it is, right? Something Hot Tub related on Kick. Oh, perfect. You tell me when you launch, I'll be one of your first subscribers. I'll be one of the first, I promise. Okay. So now we've got this. I'm just going to bring it up. And again, this is just going to be super basic, simple. Nothing is truly permanent. Let's remember this. So don't be afraid to come back and change things. So just for convenience sake, I'm going to bring this all the way over here and do the smelting on site right here because I want it close to the coal to reduce the travel time over to it and all this. So we have a good time here. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Internet garbage, computer framing, everything, decades out of date architecture, like the worst streams ever, funny by pity, not actually contacting the shoot. Oh, okay, I got you, I got you. Well, I mean, those are all things that you can address over time. Wouldn't be an immediate thing, but, you know, you can make it work. I believe in you. So I think I'm going to do this little setup. This is a pretty common setup where you just have a space for a pole like that. And then we're just going to do 2, 3, 4. Give you a decade? Alright, hit me up in a decade. I can't wait to see. Just gonna do that, because I think it looks kind of neat. Just gonna go along that way. And then... I don't need anything too crazy right now. Now I'm debating if I want to do center feed or if I want to do center out. So there's 2 ways you can do this. You can either have things feed in from the sides, or you can have things feed in from the center. And there's advantages to both ways. I think I'm gonna, for the sake of compactness here, let's see. Because I don't want to take up too much space right now. Like a BBL for feet? I'm almost dead positive they do, actually. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. And again, this is not technically efficient, but we're gonna see if we can make it work. What I'm gonna do is, instead of what I was originally planning, I'm actually gonna split, and we're gonna give full belts here, just because I like the way it looks more than anything else. Coming down like this. And I'm gonna need to actually get more plates. I was a little premature with this, so I'm just gonna steal some of these. And it won't be enough. So what I'm gonna do is we'll just kind of come over here and preload some of these. And let's get a power line over and start getting some actual ore coming that we can pull off the belt and feed in. Yeah, I would not be surprised in the slightest if there was such technology. You can get, like, nose jobs and stuff, so, like, why can't you get something for your feet, you know? There we go. It gives us a little bit of power. So this will be kind of a little quick and dirty setup right here. And then I'll just go ahead, I'll bake some more belts, with the hope that we can get these to kind of feed in. And I'm actually going to pull these inserters and have them focus more on feeding in. Like so. And then right there, we'll just have them feed directly in and do the same thing with the center feed. Like that. Alright, so that takes care of the actual providing the ore, but what it doesn't provide is the fuel, right? But that's okay, because I gave it some fuel to start with there. Who will buy my Hobbit foot pictures? I'm with Forgetful. You would be surprised. You would be surprised what kind of a market you could find out there. If you have no qualms about it, you should try it. See what kind of traffic you get. Alright, so now I'm going to come over here. We're going to just do the 2 for right here. And then we'll build out the rest of it later. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to kind of convert this into a mixed belt. And this is, again, for the purpose of saving space, because we don't need the full belt anyway. So I'm going to grab some of these and have these just build out the belts while we're kind of looking at stuff here. I'll go ahead and feed it back in while we're waiting. It's going to take a minute. Just so that we get, you know, at least some iron flowing in. Because then we're just going to come over here. And like I said, we're just going to combine. And then this will be able to permanently feed itself. And keep things rolling. This needs to actually come like this. It's going to be a little ugly, I apologize. For people that like things that look pretty, this is going to look pretty garish for a moment. It'll be worth it though, trust me, trust me. I'm just going to trim up that tail end of that. But it's going to work. It's going to work for us. And that is all that really matters here. And there you go. We've now got our basic iron production going. And as this progresses, we will then be able to feed it into other things automatically without having to hand feed. But we're going to be okay with hand feeding for a little bit. Alright. So half of that for now, and then the rest of that. Oh boy, oh boy. Holy crap. Yeah, my glasses are not helping. They're definitely squeezing my head. That's what's giving me a headache. Alright, Forgetful. We'll see you later. Enjoy Minecraft. Alright. So once again, now that we have this done, we've got some more belts being made, and our first priority is we're going to be making a little line to feed belts directly into these processes so that we don't have to hand feed everything. So we're going to do it like so. This is one endpoint. This is the second endpoint. Which means that we're going to need a splitter with more plates. So one splitter. And this is going to be a direct feed economy right now. We're not really focused at all on attempting to make this truly balanced in any sense of the word. The whole goal of this is just to get things flowing to where they need to flow. So I just need one more set of belts there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then boom, we've got belts feeding directly in. We'll just make these match up with their counterparts across the way. And there you go. You immediately have your first automation line that will now continue to feed you with 1, something that goes towards research, and 2, something that goes towards base expansion. All we have to do is get rid of that chest, and now put this here. And then get rid of this chest. Make one more little belt set, and put that there. And then any excess comes over out here, and we can then start upscaling everything. And this is, in my opinion, one of the simplest ways to do this, is just have it go end to end, right? So now I can come over to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clearly we have enough coal right now that we're not too worried about it. We can expand the coal, and we can pull a line up there. Which is totally fine to do, but I don't want to make all the belts for it myself. I want to let the system make those belts. So we will wait on that for a bit. And while we're waiting for belts to generate, we are actually going to come over here and begin to set up the copper line, which we're going to have a similar setup right over here with a 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Yeah. Then I'm just going to go in the center. 4 like that. You can see there we have just enough space. And then it's going to cut into the mine just a little bit on the edge, but I think we can make this work by simply doing this, which will grab some of the stuff underneath that belt. Will be all right. So then again, we'll just go like this, cutting out a little center space here. That's going to have a pole. And now we're going to, instead of having this go straight over this, so we'll actually have this come over here. And it's going to meet up with another split right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and put the split in. And let's go grab some of our belts that have generated over here while we've been busy with that. And now we've got plenty of belts for this. We don't have any underground, unfortunately. But that's okay. Because what I'm going to do is make one right here. And then I'm just going to make sure we have enough for what we need coming out this way. And then I've got plenty of belts themselves. So we're just going to go like this. And we're going to just join up along here until we get to this point. And then there we go. That will then be the copper bit, which is then going to have its own split. Which, for our sakes, I am going to do something really interesting. Well, mildly interesting, I guess, to some. And that's that I am going to have it split. And then it's going to have to go like that. Unfortunately, it's a little ugly. It's not quite as symmetrical as it could be. Like this. And I'm doing a ghost build using shift and click with the item that's in my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which is going to be enough to get our infeed, like so. And then there I can trim off a little bit at the edge. Like so. Then notice, again, I haven't actually made the inserters for the outfeed yet. I've simply made inserters specifically for infeed. Then we use one of our undergrounds there. And then we'll have to use this second underground right here, which we can then just click. Like so, and then we just have to hook this up. And then suddenly, you've got copper that will now feed to the place that we want it to go. Not that it was a huge deal, mainly because we had a pretty fair amount of copper built up already, but now we have it set up so it will be permanently fed. And I take the excess ore that I ripped up and slap it in there. And there you go. Alright. That's all really simple and basic. That doesn't really give us a true mall or anything like that. But it doesn't need to. This is just a precursor, right? So now we want to do green circuits. Which we do 2. And then we do 2, 3. Just like this. And don't you worry, this stuff will make sense later. We'll get to that with you. We're gonna do green, circuits, and cables. And then what I want to do is I want to make sure these are actually going to feed onto a single belt that comes out like so. That's the basic premise right there. So we're going to get a copper line from the bottom that will feed out to everything that we need. Give me these. Because I need to make some more inserters. I need to give my eyes a break. Oh, man. Yeah, I got a real bad headache today. Oh. Ugh. It's alright. It's alright. We're gonna get through here. Get on there. Okay. So now, inserters, once again. On the outfeed. Just like that. Nice and perfect. We've got enough to feed them all, keep them all running. And then we'll take excess and start making our circuits over here. Because again, all this is temporary, but it is going to feed into some more permanent processes later on. And with that in mind, we're going to come over here. Excess for you, and then I don't think yellow undergrounds reach that far. Nope, they do not. Okay, but I can reach like this and do something a little interesting, which is to come over like so, and then we'll have a splitter. Goes like this. Because this is where I'm going to be feeding in all of my stuff. And then I'm just going to go like so. To cut down a little bit of the speed there. And now what I'm going to do is get what I need to get a couple more splitters. Like so. We got one splitter there. I need another splitter here. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that I prioritize whatever is going into this one right now, and then I'll take excess out. Not just an even split. So we're going to do an output priority is the left. And that's going to come up there, and then we'll do something similar here, but up here. And I'm just going to copy this to do the same thing, but then this one's going to need an additional underground belt. So it's going to be a little bit of the blessed spaghetti, praise be. A little bit of spaghetti is healthy every now and then. That's what I always say. And then just like that, we now have green circuits. Woo! And this one is limited a little bit more by our capacity. And since I'm going to want a lot of these green circuits for a bit, I'm actually going to make a little pseudo storage with a blue inserter to make sure we get as many of these stored up as we can. Because what I'm essentially doing is I'm taking all of the excess materials that we're not putting into these processes, and I'm storing up a bunch of green circuits so we can then artificially inflate things a little bit later to keep things flowing nicely. Alright. Now it's all going, we check our pollution cloud, and we're still pretty good. So, because we have this all set up, I can actually get rid of our coal snake here. And we can come up and give one last little care package of coal to this box, and then we'll be able to set up a mine that will give us all the coal we will ever need for this. And expand our power, and then we won't have to worry about being power conscious for a bit. But notice that we've kept everything into a central feeding area and then coming out from that. That's kind of the main goal of what you want with that. And we've finished all of our research right now that we need. However, what I would like to do is start getting our green science pack research going. But before we do that, I actually want to expand our science, which means we're now ready to rip up this little process. And this is where we're going to now start saving a little bit of space. Just going to rip up this a little bit. I was a little preemptive with this. Anyway. Let's do this. Like so. And then like that. And you can already see that that just gave like a slightly cleaner look to that, even though it's early game. And now we're going to actually beef up our research and then set up some resource chains, so to speak. So let's see here. So we know, first off, you have to have priorities on the stuff that you want in this, right? And we already know I'm a big sucker for circuits, so very important that I get that. Very important that I get that. But we're going to start basic here. We'll start very basic with all this. So, holy cow. Now that we've got this, and we're going to start thinking about our actual research, it would behoove us to designate an area for research, and then an area for our main starter base production. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do research over here. And I'm going to do main production on the left. No reason for that. Fairly arbitrary. But what I am going to do is I'm going to come up here. I'm going to set up a little belt. It'll go right here. We'll have labs. in a fashion such as this. And each of these will have some inserters that'll go in. And then inserters that'll come out later. But this is going to be our beginning research chain right there. Just a little set of 5. Nothing crazy. And with one belt, we are going to designate 2 areas for science. Oh man, ow. And feed those in. And that will get us through the beginning phases pretty comfortably, So, how do we do that? It's pretty simple. We're going to come over here and we're going to decide. Right here, I want to make red science in one area. And then I want to make green science, which we haven't researched yet. That's going to be coming up right here. In another area. So we're going to focus on just the red science for now. So I know that we can make 0.1 per second with these, but I want to make 1 per second for now. I think it's pretty feasible, so we're just going to do 10 of these, right? So we need to feed 10 of these. And I know that because when I hover over this, you'll see on the right-hand side that there's a crafting speed of 0.5, and it takes 0.1 plate, 0.1 gear, and 0.1 science comes out as a result of that. That's how you're going to get your ratios. So I know if I want to do just a simple 1 per second, I just need 10 of these machines. So we already got a little bill of materials, so to speak. But in order to do that, I want to also automatically be making a few things based on our green circuits, right? So I'm going to come over here, and we're going to make a little chest for this process now. That is going to help us with making that. And since we've now made that stuff, I'm going to send some excess gears. By excess, I mean just all the gears that it's going to want to do, or half of the gears. Going to come out this way. Like so. Then the only thing that's missing is some plate. Which I believe we can just do a long-handled inserter right here. Ta-da! And it works. But I don't need too many of these. I just need enough for 1 stack at any given time, because that's where most of the builds are going to be actually coming in. Right. We can see here that this is going to be limited by our capacity on actually filling up these plates. Which we can increase that by increasing the number of miners that are here. Which shouldn't be too difficult to do. So, in order to feed the beast, we are going to come over here and swipe up some plates for our own uses. I need enough to get 4. That's 3. Still don't have enough. 4. Perfect. Yep. And now I can show you a really cool trick that you can do where you can copy and paste. So in this case, I'll do Control-C. Come over here. And then I'm going to come down, and then I'm just going to hit click, which is now going to put down a ghost print where I can then come in and I can just start filling in what I do have just by hitting Q on the objects. And later, these will automatically get filled by drones. But that's much later. That is much later. And now right there, I've just doubled our output capacity, which is really good. And these ones have a mining speed of 0.5 a second, so you can actually calculate how many that you can get to make a full yellow belt if you want to. I usually don't bother with that particular ratio, but if that's something that you would like to do, the numbers are there. The numbers are there. But they are not necessary. In fact, ratios are not strictly necessary at any stage in this game. However, they can make your life a little easier in making decisions. So while this is now going to start building up, and then we're probably going to have to get some more miners for the coal. Let me explain why that makes it easier. So for example here, I know that I want 10 of these, okay? because I know that, I can just come over here and I can say, go to map. This is really great. Come to map and do this because then you don't have to move your character around. I can say, okay, I know I want 5, so I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I do half because I want 10 in total, right? I can then say, this is how I want my output right here. And then I know that my input's going to be pretty simple on just one belt, so I'll just do input right here. This is just going to be a bare and bone basic example, right? But I'm going to do this. An out feed and an in feed. And now I can control click. No, I can hit shift click. No, control click. Am I stupid? Control C, stupid. Control C, then I can come up here like this, and I can just come straight across here and copy that. I accidentally did that. So I can come over here, Control C, click, and then I can just place it straight in like that if I want to. Just like that. And now I have my footprint, basically. All of my streak except yours, it seems. Really? Is it because mine's the best streak? Is that what it is? So many people in call. Did you go back to Bunny, Steel? Oh, Steel. Oh, Steel, did you give in to War Thunder? You were so free. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't forget to V that top portion. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I did forget that. And V is the vertical flip, for anyone that doesn't know that. And the simple Control Z will fix any mistake that you make there. Okay, so I know that, but now I just have to make sure that I can feed as much to this, which is simple. Plate, I'll just run a line of plate over, I don't care. Now, gear wheels. I need to make enough gear wheels for this. So, if I need to make 10 gear wheels a second, I just need to do... Well, I don't even need to make 10, I need to make 1, which is just one of these. One of these will feed all of those easily. So, this is what it's going to look like now. We're going to do half and half. Where this is going to be giving us gear wheels. Like so. So we'll just kind of represent this as coming out here. Then we have our copper plate will come in here. And then we'll just do this. This will come up. And no, that is not an even distribution with it, but it is simple, and that is all we want for this. This will then come over here to then meet up with a line. Like so. Because you want it to be on 1/2. And that's it. Now you know what you need to do to feed it. So then it'll become just a very simple matter here in just a moment. And then we can do our green belt stuff down here. So we're going to leave a little bit of space. So what I'm planning to do is we're going to come over like so. Come up to feed that, which means we can actually bring our copper plates needed for this project. Will come up as well. And then we can actually have these go here. And feed like so. And up. Nicely. Yes, Mike, I know. And that's okay. That's for expandability later. It's a habit that I built. I'll come up and I'll trim it later. Okay, and then what I'll do is once more we'll just take over one of these belts. Will just be a little quick feed off right here. And this will be a quick feed off here. And then we'll take some of those belts that we've made and we'll take some of the excess plate. Make a couple of undergrounds. This then comes up. And now, so that's just going to represent the upward motion. Then I'm going to ghost the rest of it. Then this one we have to do kind of something a little janky for a minute. I'm actually going to have this go more in line right here. Like so. Just to make sure I have these in place. So this will sit there. Just like that. So now you have your raw materials are ready to go up there. And everything will be perfect that way, in this case. Alright, so now we can see we have plenty of ore on the belts here, but we need to give ourselves a little bit more. So, why don't we have a look and see about expanding this way? So I can cleanly expand about right here. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm just gonna get rid of the excess there. Now I know I can just go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Need some more plates. Because now I just need to get more of these down the line. Then we'll go ahead, as we're building those, put these in place, and then there we go. That has now increased our plate capacity. And now that we have that in place, now we can quite simply run our belts up and begin to connect everything. Yep. Yep, and then we're just missing a few things, honestly, still. Because we haven't been making too many of the assembly machines ourselves, which is why we made this happy little machine, which we're going to grab now, and that one. And then I'm going to grab some plate. Make a couple more of these. Get refurbish plates, still have to redo everything. Yeah, that happens sometimes. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Then again, I'm going to come all the way down here to connect that iron. And then we'll start throwing around some power distribution in a fashion such as this. And it's not going to be the cleanest, but it doesn't necessarily strictly need to be. Just like that. I was gonna say, oh, those are still not getting power. Oopsie. That'll be an oopsie poopsie on my end. Hold on a second. Yeah, I have to do it down here. I remember now. There you go. They are slightly off-center. It's going to piss off some people, but it's going to be okay. Relax. Relax just a little bit. Live a little. So I got 4 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm setting this all up before I actually connect the splitter, just to make sure I have everything set the way that I want it. Just a personal preference. You don't have to do that. Can't wait till they show a proper nuclear energy setup because mine looks like butt. Well, that's okay. It can look like butt as long as it works, right? And Dog Mazia, too. What a name. That's a great name. I love that. Show me you don't have ACD. Show me you don't have OCD. Yeah, I don't suffer. In fact, I take great pleasure in causing other people to suffer from it. Because I think, who was it? Oh, it was Mobius. When we were playing Dune Awakening, I always did like the whole, I put boxes down and I would like slightly tilt them just to piss him off. It was perfect. I loved it. Thank you for your service. Yes, I do what I can. I do what I can to keep people on their toes, as it were, dog. Do what I can. We could make it nice, clean, and symmetrical, but life's not worth stressing over that, you know? Okay, I think I do need to replace... Yeah, I need to replace that with a blue inserter just because of the times. I might need two, actually. I'll make another one preemptively. Nah, it's fine there. Okay. Just as long as it's coming out enough that it can actually feed the rest of these. That's what I'm looking for there. Alright, and now we've taken our science from 6 SPM to double digits. Oh my gosh. It's so cool. So cool. Very nice. Yep, and now, again, because I've done that, now I want to have this area will be for the green science for the near future, and then we'll expand and change things later with that. But this is just kind of it. This is how you can kind of have your more organic starts without having like a decided de facto starter base. There are like some things starting off that you do want to automate, your belts and all that stuff, but you can kind of decide how you want to do that. I like to rush and get circuits. Combinators, I should say, excuse me. Because that is my love. I love to make things with circuits to control things and fine-tune some stuff. This one is Space Age. This one's Space Age. I probably should have put that in the tags. That's my bad. Go rest if you like shit. It's not that. It's just I'm getting a headache. And I think it's mostly because my glasses are squeezing my head. And I might be getting sick with whatever my daughter had. But if that's the case, I'm probably going to suffer and die tomorrow, so I want to enjoy tonight. That's my main reasoning with it. Okay, we finally got green science. Perfect. So, now with green science, this one's pretty simple. We've already got infrastructure for belts. We can just pull off that buffer and feed it over. That's done. What we need to do is do our inserter logic. Thank you for the hydrate, Mike. Appreciate that. Your rushes quickly become construction bots. That's a good one to rush to. A lot of people like that. A lot of people like that. Okay. So now, again, we do the same little trick. I'm going to put this down, look at green, and since we already know that we're doing 10, we see this is 0.08, which is close, but it's not quite. So we could do 10, but we know that 10 is not going to be quite enough. So if I want to do that, I'm going to pull out a calculator really quick, because I always forget this. So if I want to do 1 per second, I got 0.08 times that, about 12. Ooh, 12 is about as close as I'm going to get without modules and stuff, I think. 13 goes a little bit over. It's a difference of 0.04 either way, so we'll go a little bit under. Because I want to keep it even, we'll do 12. So I know I'm going to be making 12 of these then. So, let's just, again, do this. And then I'm going to copy this. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just do like 6 like that, right? Can skimp on combinators, construction box made by day. See, I can't skimp on combinators. I need my combinators. I'm going to go ahead and just fill these out so I can see them more clearly. Here. Alright, so what we're going to do here is take this and probably going to do... Oh, I forgot to actually throw a coal line going up there. That's my bad. Yep, that's what I get. That's what I get for my complacency, because I've been increasing my electricity without actually providing for that increase. I'm so used to not having to do this. It's been a while since I started over. That's okay. That is okay. We'll just go ahead and take a split. We'll go right here, and we're just going to make just a big, massive belt line that will eventually lead up there temporarily. Give ourselves a little bit of space to expand the science there without too much modification. I also want to give ourselves a little bit of room for some more steam without having to do a full rework. Just like that. I'm going to grab these. I didn't need to do the burner inserters, but that's okay. Put just a little trickle on the line. Do that. Now I need to expand our mining drills so that there's just more of that coal actually going down the line. Then we'll be happy. I'll double it. Might want to do a little more than that. We'll see. Can I get like 4 here? Yes. Perfect. Because that'll be a great increase. And again, I'm just going to come over here. So I know we're doing that, and then 2 more. 2 more. We know we're going out like that. And then I'm just going to take right here. There's going to be another little guy. And then we know we need some underground belts there. What's the plan for this playthrough? So this is a playthrough I'm using to kind of teach absolute bare-bone basic beginners. So the plan is to go through this nice and slow, explain literally everything from the ground up, because I've had people say that there's not enough content out there for bare-bone super basic beginners. Like, a lot of the tutorials go too fast, or they don't really explain everything with the sense of people having zero clue what to do. So it's kind of like for my community specifically, because that's where the request came from, but it's also going to be kind of for general people out there that may be looking for something similar. You know, kind of that whole, if you've ever seen robots, it's that see a need, fill a need type of thing. So this one's less of a for fun for me and more of a functional type of thing. So I'm just sure you had the same thought. Yeah. So what we're doing is that the idea is that on stream, whenever I play this one, I'm essentially explaining things as I go to people that may be new to it, but it's mostly getting some footage so I can show some basic concepts and then explain things. But I can also answer the questions live if someone happens to be new and here live. But the idea is to make videos that are more detailed in explaining it at that slower pace for people and with some much more basic principles, right? I mean, I'm still gonna talk about combinators and stuff because I'll be honest, like, I just really like combinators. But I'm gonna introduce them slowly in this one, is the idea. Yeah, I'm glad that there's a lot of validation that, yeah, that is in fact true. It gives me some purpose, because that's part of what my New Year's, like, resolution was with changes and stuff, is that I wanted to actually put that forward. So I had that come up with Factorio and for Total War Warhammer 3. So that gives me 2 major holes, basically, that I'm trying to fill. And we're gonna see how it goes. So you're here on the ground floor of that dog, and I would greatly appreciate any advice anyone can give on these areas with it. Okay, so right now I'm going to go ahead and queue up some technologies. And again, the idea here is that I'm going to be explaining this stuff in a video more with that, but if there's anyone here that doesn't know what I'm doing, basically I'm just queuing up some of the basic technologies that I'm maybe going to need or that chain into things I do want later. So I'm going to get some walls, we'll get the repair packs, there's going to be some armor here. This steel axe will just come when we actually go to steel. I haven't done steel yet. I'm not going to worry too much about my physical damage right now, that's more of a sink, so we're just going to let that sit. Speed to stream, make YouTube videos regarding factors, even for mental health. Told her it's just pretty impossible. What's your current PC specs? to get used to the idea. Well, if your PC is not great for streaming, have you considered making videos, like just making YouTube? i7-930 from 2010. Yeah, that would be a bit rough, but you could probably record some videos. If you can, if you got like a half decent, you could get like an external GPU, and use that for your recording and encoding. Because Factorio is honestly pretty well optimized, so it is feasible. It struggles past Blue Science. Oh, I gotcha. Well, if it's something that you're interested in doing, I have a lot of experience with streaming. I would be more than happy to help, you know, to help guide you along that if you decide to get into it. But I don't know what your timeline is for getting a machine up and running that would suit your needs, basically. Here, I'm gonna actually tear this out. I'm gonna go vertical here, I think. So I'm gonna go like this. We'll tuck here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I think this would give a good little visual for newcomers to see like a horizontal and a vertical build side by side and how they can kind of feed into each other. Hoping within the next month. Nice! Cool setup. Thanks, Steel. Within the next month, get it up and running. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm more than happy if you need some advice and stuff with starting out, because I also did it kind of from a mental health perspective. It's not that way for me anymore, but I can see how there's an appeal for it, if that makes any sense, when it comes to the mental health thing and like talking through things. So I am in full support of that. Ryzen RAM prices. Yep. That is true. Sure sucks, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, so I'm just gonna come over here and horizontal flip. Oop, not what I meant. That's okay. There we go. Now I can just see what I'm working with space-wise there, and then I just need to see what it's gonna take to actually feed this. Which is just gonna do simple like that, because it's the way I like it. RAM I wanted was 300 to 400, it's now 1500. AUD, oh no, another Aussie. I can't seem to get rid of you guys. I'm pretty sure AUD's Aussie, right? Hold on, did I just assume? I'm sorry, hang on a second. Yes, it is Australian. Okay, I got it. Whew. We survive another day. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can't get rid of you guys. I'm just kidding. Relax. Today. Relax today. We'll get you next time. But yeah, that bites. Yeah, with RAM prices and stuff, I can understand the issues that come with that, basically. So 0.08... So how fast do you make this? You straight up just make 1%. Okay, so I just need one of these. That's ridiculously easy, actually. I forgot about that. Okay. So what I'm gonna do... Sidetrack me from work, I appreciate that. Anything I could do to avoid work. 6 a.m. here. Kind of mean keeping me up. Mick, I'm gonna be honest. Mick. You wanted me to play Factorio. It's on you, alright? This is your fault. I could have played Warhammer tonight. You would have been free. And you would have been free, but you're here now. With me. Doing basic beginner bullshit. I'm just saying, alright? Ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. I take no responsibility for this. Okay. When you're right. I know. It's terrible when I'm right. Ooh, but when I'm right, ooh, boy. Let's see. I could probably squeeze a couple more smelters in here, yeah? furnaces, excuse me, my bad. Apologies. Maybe do like 4 more? Go like that? Yeah. Why not, right? Why not? I'm sure the mines will keep up with it, and then I should probably double check. 3, because that's 4 already. 4. Should double check our pollution. I'm gonna have to go out and do some work again. Oh, man. But yes, anyone here that hasn't followed it, if you want to follow and you want to kind of help create some content for beginners, like advice and all that, and you want to kind of pitch some suggestions, I am fully willing to take suggestions, and I will give credit where credit is due when people give suggestions for like really, really good lesson plans and stuff. Just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. Making the build like what a beginner build, not another main bus. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is that I did a main bus for so long, I don't want to just jump straight into a main bus anymore. I get so sick of doing main buses. I prefer to do the more organic starts, which is a lot like how I started when I did this. And it feels more natural, and I feel like it's more approachable for a beginner to understand what's going on and let them know that a little bit of spaghetti is okay. Because there's gonna be like, they're gonna go onto Reddit, and there's gonna be some post that's gonna be all, you know, oh, anti-spaghetti and stuff, and then they're gonna get nervous to ever ask for advice ever again. I don't want people to do that. I want people to understand the game is something that you can do at whatever speed, style you want. Because, never happened with Factorio, but Dyson Sphere, I had an experience with a player from the Dyson Sphere community that came in to stream years ago and hated everything that I was doing in Dyson Sphere, told me that what I did was wrong, and then started to call me out on Factorio, like, oh, so when you're playing Factorio, what's your SPM? And at the time I was like, well, I don't really care about my SPM, I'll be frank with you. I get a decent amount, I'll get double digits, and then when I hit up to triple digits, I tend to stop caring about the SPM because it's not what I'm playing for. And started to rip into me for that. And that's an experience no one should have to go through for any game. You know what I mean? A sandbox game should be a sandbox game, is what I'm saying. Sure, the minds will keep up with it. Well, I mean, in reality, I'm sure the children will keep up with it, is what I meant to say. As long as the children are pushing the minds forward, the economy will blossom. What can I say? What can I say? So I'm going to talk about future planning Factorio because the normal smelter setup we use is actually not the best design to use. Yeah, and I get that, and what I like with Space Age in particular is that I got to do something different from the typical smelter setup, because now Space Age, I just turn everything to liquid, and then I go cast on site. And I love that setup. It feels really good, and the transport capacity is staggering. I went through the math with some people like a couple months ago and like explained why it was so good, and people were like, well, was it really worth it to do all the math for that? I was like, fuck yeah, it was. Hell yeah. They're like, are you mega basing? No, but if I want to, now I can. Built a 10K science build, just couldn't run it, but my designs worked. Yeah, as long as your designs work, that's all that matters. You did the mental gymnastics for it. You like mega basing, but you don't have a machine that can handle the mega basing. You gotta do it. Love people like you do the math for me so I can just design shit correctly. Yeah. Oh, I love numbers. I love numbers. And I love programming too. So all of my stream stuff is programmatic. I use streamer.bot and I do everything in C# because that's what it natively supports. And ever since I started doing that, I just love it. Brain works in words, not numbers. You also love programming. Hey, listen, there's all kinds of rooms for collaboration with that because I love numbers. I'm not necessarily good with words. There's always someone that's going to be able to make up for a weakness that you have out there. Granddaddy, Mahalik, is that you? It's been an entire 24 hours since I last saw you, yeah. How are you doing, my boy? It's so good to see you. Have you Oh, you've gotten fatter, Mahalik. Jesus, you need to lay off the sugar. You need to start, you need to get onto that whatever the fuck the kids are doing these days. I'm just saying. A lot of time has passed, and it feels like a lot, doesn't it? Nah, how are you doing, Mahalik? It's nice to see you. And, by the way, Dog, if you really like Factorio, and you want to see other people that do Factorio stuff, go follow Mahalik. Mahalik is a great dude for Factorio stuff. He is an absolute no-lifer with Factorio, and I'm going to call him out on that. Go follow Mahalik. 50 kilometers in the store to find your house after school? Yeah, joke's on you, it wasn't even my house. I just told you it was my house so you'd leave me alone. It was before we had, it was before we had the blessed, you know, cell phones and stuff. And Google Maps. But yeah, definitely go check out Mahalik because they are great. They are great fun. They do a lot of fun stuff with Factorio. He's a lot more into, like, the modding stuff than I am. I'm starting to get to the point I might start doing more mod stuff now that Space Age has been out for a while, but... Oh, yeah, Savage is here, too. Yeah, if you want to get the perspective of another beginner, definitely go give Savage a follow. Let's see if I can spell this right. I'm going to try to do this from scratch. Oh, I have to wait a minute? Well, you can click on Savage and get the follow right there. Sitting on his front porch with a shotgun. Yeah, the salt gun, by the way. Koa's currently his second Factorio run. Is he on his second one? I thought he did more than that before. Huh. What do you know? Anyway, I'm getting distracted over here. So, we've got a little source of green circuits. It's not anything special or profound. Relax a little bit, okay? Relax a little bit. Just enough to get us by, enough to get us going. And I am going to be taking that 2,000 built up to come over here and kickstart a little green science, because green science is what I live and dream. Salty gun from the flies, exactly. ADHD coder getting distracted. I'm not ADHD. You guys distract me. It's not ADHD. Dare I say, you guys actually act more like schizophrenia, and I'm gonna call you that right now. You're the voices in my head that I'm reading. So, don't understand how you don't have more viewers? I understand. Do you wanna know why, Mick? Do you wanna know why I don't have more viewers? It's because I'm a dick. That's why. Straight up, that's why. And I stream at shitty times. Well, but, okay, here's the thing. These are the only times I can stream at. I'm sorry, Mick. I'm sorry. I want to stream at better times, but I literally am not in a position to, and probably won't be for at least a few years. Bare minimum a few years. Not gonna lie. Now, unless I can find some way to slide you guys into my daily routine, which would be like, hey guys, we're working on a basement. I'm gonna take you in with the camera, and guess what? We're gonna be installing shelves. Woo! Yeah. We're gonna go to the garage. We're gonna operate a miter saw. That kind of stuff. Could say 2 words about you forget to play Factorio. It's because you're getting me onto different topics, okay? You're throwing me off base. You're throwing me off base is what it is, and it's not cool. All right, and I won't be slandered like that anymore. I simply won't. I'm not going to accept it. What were we talking about again? I'm a good dick. Thank you, Mick. Thank you. Watch Handyman Daddy install shelving. You know, okay, do you know what's really funny? I don't think anyone... Mahalik might have been around for this, actually. People used to try to get challenges, stream challenges, to get me to cook on stream. People would, like, fiend for that stuff. And I never understood why, because I am not that great of a cook. But some people apparently claimed that I was a great cook and that I was entertaining to watch while cooking. In fact, I think Did I just upload a short of me, like, talking about my kids a little? I think I did, actually. So my kids are on camera when they're, like, young days and stuff. Because they were just, like, around. We were live doing that stuff. And they were like, you know, Daddy, what are you doing? I was like, I'm talking to people. They're like, no, you're not. Because because they couldn't hear anything. It was hilarious. Good times, that, by the way. I miss when my little girl had short hair. I want her to cut her hair, but she won't do it. And it makes me so sad. Yeah, I think I can just do one gear. Yeah, it's literally, like, perfect for that. So I'm going to have... This line comes up to provide that. And then we also need to have... Ooh, I got a great idea. Watch this. So we're gonna split off, right? Here. And then here, I'm gonna have just the box with the green circuits for now. And that's gonna be our Kickstarter to get some of the more fun technologies that I want for this. And then we can probably go ahead and do a little larger buffer since I'm gonna have some stuff on the belt. So I'll increase the spacing on that. And then this is gonna... has to come up this way. So we could do, like, this to give us a little bit of a buffer space there. Then we're gonna come over here. You know what? Let's do this. We'll appeal to OCD slightly, just enough to piss him off. Yeah, that's perfect. This is one that nobody wins. Like that. Son watched his first stream last night with me. He didn't realize it wasn't a YouTube video. Blew his mind when the streamer started talking. Oh, dude, so my kid had the same thing, but it was with Savage, actually. He said it was like, are they playing right now? I was like, yeah. He's like, can you say something to them? I said, yeah, of course I can. And then when Savage responded, his jaw dropped. He's like, can she hear me? No, she can't hear you. Aww. So funny. Aww. He was so sad when he learned that he wasn't actually being heard. Loved that. Oh, it was so funny. We'll do a little blue inserter there. Need a couple more blue inserters. Oh yes, Riker's a hoot. A hoot and a holler. But yeah, I am pretty convinced that the reason I don't have more viewers is because secretly people just don't like me. And that's okay. You can't please everybody, alright? You can please some people, but you can't please everybody. And that's okay. Not everyone was born to be pleased. Well, okay. Maybe born to be pleased a little bit, but not in that way. Everyone deserves pleasure, but not in that sense. I'm just saying, alright? I'm just speaking the truth with that one. Then go ahead and give you all the green there. We'll go ahead and attach that, and then let's just start going down this. This is where I really play into the whole making sure people know that I don't care about OCD, yada 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 stuff. With that abomination right there, that's what I like to see. What are you missing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. Hold on a second. I need the blues, too. I should have started with the blue. That's okay. Does that say to my little bit? It's the red hair. Yeah, I mean, probably. Oh, you know what? You're right. Do you know what it is that I've been missing this whole time? VTubing. That's it. That's the answer. I should just become a VTuber, honestly. I don't know why it didn't occur to me sooner. Yeah. When I knew the weakness of the flesh, it disgusted me. And today it has truly disgusted me. What's this whole VTubing thing? Oh, you know, it's a trend, because why not? There are so many animals in Factorio. Are they all furries? Probably, yeah. Seriously, don't get it. I don't judge them, but like, what? I don't know. Listen, if it works, it works. You know what I'm saying? There's a high demand for it. Have you seen the numbers that those furry people bring in? I dare say... Oh, wait a second. What am I doing? No, I can't do that yet. I can't... I need my combinators. Give me my combinators. Yes. And I'll explain... I'll get, like, real dark in the video when I explain why combinators should be everyone's first research, even the newbies. The newbies will learn or else they'll die. CBA showing my real self online, but I don't know where to start. We're a tail butt plug to get rich. Gotcha. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. That's what I'm saying. I might have to. At this point. You know, it's the year 2026, and it's a new year resolution, all that stuff. I think it's time. I'm just gonna change. You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Why not, right? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go get a boob job. I'm gonna go get a boob enlargement surgery. For myself. Honestly, I'm gonna do it, and then I'm not gonna show you guys on camera. I'm just gonna tell you that I did it, and then you're just gonna have to imagine what it looks like. Sorry, boys. Those are for me to see now. Can't do it. I can't be, you know, handing out the goods too easy. Is one of the things you put on, like, a top or whatever? Oh, I guess I could do that, huh? That would probably be less expensive. Convince your mom to stream she has H cups? Dog. Now that you've said that, I'm afraid it would be your civic duty to ensure that that happens now. I'm sorry. You have a mission. Should you choose to accept it? You gotta convince it. Then you also gotta get her on Feet Finder. You gotta start, you know, monetizing every inch of the human body. I, myself, am beginning to consider getting rid of one of my kidneys. Why not, right? Why not? I've heard the black market's really cool. Just saying. I'm just saying. What'd that bump us up to? Should be like about 50, wouldn't it? I think. Nah, I can't remember. Nah, it doesn't matter. As long as I get my circuits, I don't care. Always trying to hook people up with my mom and good son. Wow. Your mom bore a wingman. Now that's impressive. That's impressive. That's dedication right there. This is bullshit. Hold on a second. Are you slacking off? You are slacking off. I'm sorry, we can't have you not working to your full potential. Get the hell in there. Much better, much better. Good. Very good. Yes. Okay, so that's all going now, and oh, it's a power issue. Oh, I've been... Guys, we might need to go deal with our biter problem real quick. I did get heavy armor, which needs... Oh, I don't have steel. That's okay. Let's get the light armor right now. Whoopsie. My bad. Alright, now that we've got that stuff going, that'll go passive. Let's go clean out some nests. You need power? I always need power, and that's okay. We'll clean out the nests first, and then we'll get the power. Holy shit! Steel was not kidding. I just looked over at that Discord call he's in. That is crazy. That gives me anxiety just looking at that Discord call. I was gonna say, was that a medium worm? It's not. We're good. Ooh, break their ankles. Ooh. Oh, they touched me. love it. Alright, that's one at the edge. Oh, there's a bigger nest there. Is it big enough that I have to turret creep, or could I take it feasibly by myself? Let's see. Looks like it's a decent size. There's 6. Might have to take it in stages, but I think we could feasibly do it. I might have to increase my physical damage, though. Yeah, I think we might have to increase our physical damage. Doesn't look like we have enough here. That's okay. That's okay. We'll fix it. Things are sagging low with my Exo standards. Damn. Tell me how you really feel, Discord. Jesus. Let's see here. Well, that's all going. Let's go ahead and just bump up to this, shall we? Came back at a weird time? Of course you did, Mike. You gonna come back at a normal time? That's crazy. Alright. Let's let that research go through a little ways. Oh. Holy crap. Ow, did you guys hear that? I think I broke... I think I broke my neck. Ow. Ah, man. That was painful. Oh, I really need my contacts back. Ugh. I want to hook up with my mom. Oh, man. Well, you know what? You know what, dog? I'll hook up with your mom. I'll hook up. I will do my duty. I will do what I must. For the good of the people, you know? I'll do it. You're welcome. You don't need to thank me. You're welcome. Wasn't aware your stream was a Tinder app. It's the internet. The internet's a Tinder app, Savage. Next question. Health degenerate weirdo like you all pass. Damn. Wasn't the mom's fault. Come on now. Let's see. How much should I expand? Should I do like another 4? Probably, yeah. Yeah. 4, 1. Jeez. 2. And then I need... Oh, I got 2 already. Yeah. Alright. Getting poured in a storm. Listen, I'm just saying, when the rain starts falling, do you have a boat? You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm throwing down? Are you smelling what I'm grilling? You seeky what I speaky? Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. Ta-da! We have power! Hooray! Oh. Let's see. Oh, I don't have accumulators, so I don't have batteries yet. Bonnie Blue sounds like his mom is Bonnie. Damn! We went the full Bonnie Blue on it! Oh no! Ow! Damn! That's so terrible. Why'd my SPM go down all of a sudden? That's not cool. That's not cool. 3 minutes? Unacceptable. Whatever. Met some of the Gray family, really wholesome people. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I'll tell you what. I bet there's some holes in that family for sure. I reckon. Alright, let's see here. Let's go get some of this. Yeah, because I really should deal with these 2 nests. And then... I'll start building some radar while I'm out in the boot. Get some radar, I'll start getting a bunch of power lines, and we'll put out some feelers. How much longer on this? It says like 2 minutes. I should probably wait on that. Yeah, I'll wait on that. Let's see if I can... See, where do I want to explore first? Maybe north? It's a whole ass desert, so I don't know if I have like a lot of stuff. Sounds like tank time. I don't have a tank yet. Leave me alone, Mike. We're working with what we've got here, alright? Let's just relax a little bit. We can't all be rich and have tanks at this stage in the game, okay? We can't all be born with privileges like that. Have a heart. Like, my word. Don't even have engine units yet. Gotta relax a little bit. Let's see, how far... Hold on. I need that to stay straight. Thank you. Ah, not what I meant. Easy. There you go. Perfect. Let's go out kind of deep into the black. We'll slap down that radar to give us a good exploration angle. I'm seeing cliffs. Damn it. My nemesis, the cliff. This is probably good enough out here. Boop. Sure, in my wallet when I go drink something, she says, like, remotely decent, I know I'm wasted. Damn. The real drunk check, huh? How cruel. How cruel. Alright. There's some physical damage. And then we'll do another power line out. Let's go east. Let's go east. I feel like east might, you know, I just have a feeling there's something out east for us there. Waiting. I'm also going to make sure that every beginner knows to not deconstruct the spaceship. I'm going to make sure they know that that is a holy relic that they must keep and cherish. Oh, man. Gonna be a thick forest here. Oh, wait. Maybe I can still go straight here. Think I can? Ooh. Alright. We'll go out about as far as we can this direction. Drop down another radar and get some things exploring. Now, I just want a nice straight power line out here. Come on. Doop. Alright, as far as we go. Boop. Oh. Easy now over there. If it gives more than 3 plates, it gets scrapped? What? No. No. Say it isn't so. Okay. So what I'm doing there for people that aren't aware, I'm putting out some radar dishes to do some passive exploration for me while I'm working on some other things, because that will help with a little bit of the future planning. It's not going to be like a huge factor in it other than seeing what kind of landmass we have around here, if there's any bodies of water, but most importantly, we're looking for choke points. That's going to be the biggest thing with base defense that we'll talk about, is using the environment to your advantage when setting up your defenses. Because I think a lot of people get overwhelmed with, like, how do I deal with all the biters and stuff? It's actually really simple. You just have to use the land to your advantage. So, let's see. Got a feeler out north, and then one east, starting to do some passive exploration. So, I think naturally we're just going to go west. I think just the natural direction is west. I'm already seeing some pretty decent patches out to the east for iron, if we need some more iron soon. Which we are going to be pretty iron hungry for the first bit, for those of you that are not aware of that. And then later we're going to get extremely copper hungry, much like real life. Much like real life. Copper is a truly rare and precious commodity. Not as much as iron. Well, no, more so than iron. That's what I meant to say. I know what I said. then we just have some cliff nonsense to work with here. And can I reach over here? I can. So I'll just do third one there. And cool, we got a nearby copper, and oh yeah, there was that uranium patch right there, that's perfect. One thing I am sad about, there's a pretty small oil field next to us, honestly. I'm not too happy about that small oil field, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. We're going to be doing multiple oil fields feeding into one, you know, oil refining area anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. So did that. Should probably make another radar and go down south just to get the holy quadfecta. That's what I meant to say, yeah. The holy quadra with that. So let's do that, and then I'm gonna be a little bit blind for a moment, give my head a little bit of a break, which is why I'm zooming in a little bit more with my prescription. I can see okay, but this way I'm not like squinting my eyes or anything, and I'll know exactly what I get stuck on rather than guessing a bit. My eyes really, it's not that my eyes are bad. I'm like borderline on if I can drive with him or not. My eye doctor was like, I'm just gonna say you can't drive with him. Okay, fine. Be that way. Oh, hi. My bad. Relax. I said relax. Jeez. Ornery much? I'm going a little deep on the south one, but that's okay. Oh, I found another body of water. That's actually pretty positive sign, so we're going to start there. Whew, now that's uranium. Wow. Do my eyes deceive me? Did I get 3 uranium patches in walking distance? Is this really default? Hold on a second. What in the world? 2.3 million, 2.7 million? This must be a pretty big uranium world. Oh my gosh. Starting a sub 300% oil fills train distance, anything larger need a cargo plane. Man. Oh, this one's a tiny one. Why don't we just go ahead and just knock this one out while we're here, huh? There's not even any worms, so this should be pretty easy. Oh, I missed some shells. No, my efficiency. Got the Australian seed. Endless desert uranium cheating. But whoa, Mick, let's not go being hasty on the accusations here. This is a beginner tutorial, alright? I'm not gonna have these slanders thrown around. I won't deal with your propaganda in such a fashion, alright? I will not stand for this, which is why I sit in the chair. Yeah, the Australian seed. Isn't every Factorio world an Australian seed, more or less? You know, I've never been to Australia, but I've seen some pictures of it, and it actually does remind me a little bit of Utah. Some of the flora is a little bit different, but honestly, there's quite a bit of like crossover that I feel like I'd be really at home in Australia, to be honest. If it lives, it'll try to kill you. I mean, yeah, fair. Utah's kind of similar in some ways with that. Let's see. Rotate the map 100 degrees upside down over there. Perfect. Perfect. That would make perfect sense. I like that. I should probably build up a little buffer of those inserters, right? Oh, you know, that would be a great little, a little example tutorial for circuits to kind of introduce people to circuits now that I think about that. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me think a little bit. Just a super basic little circuit that nobody is ever going to talk about or even think about, but it gives like an actual practical application. Even though it's not like for everyone's application, so to speak. No, see, there are tutorials out there that talk about that, but I don't think they really show people the practical use case. So here's my idea right here, right? So look, let's have a look at this. You've got obviously this stuff. You want to be making some, but then you also want to be storing some, right? So how do you do that without circuits? Well, you can't really, so we can sit here and just say, hey, I want to do something like this, right? So let's say, well, first like show an example of this, storing without it, and then show the problem that it just constantly feeds in, and then we'll give just a little math arithmetic combinator thing, which we'll just put right here so it shows a clear input output with it, and we'll pull from this side and then show people how to read the belt. I think that would be good. XDTRG, excuse me. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. Overproduction plus overflow digest. Yes, so, but this would be a really good example, and I can also show, like, some wiring. So, like, for example, we do, like, this green as, like, a read, and then we'll do red as an action. I think would be really good to show people that. And then we can just show... I'm not explaining it too much right now, because I'm assuming everybody here knows what we're talking about. Oh, wait, not arithmetic. Not arithmetic. Decider. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I've been playing too many other games. And I said green for read, red for action. Yes, there we go. And then this one we can show when we're reading this belt, as long as we're greater than like 20. Maybe get like 20 on the belt. Then we'll output a green signal, because I think that would be pretty simple to understand. And the green signal equaling 1. And then we just over here and we're just going to read holding for all the belt contests. Then we can kind of show... Yeah. Right? That would be pretty easy to understand, wouldn't it? Because it's a very small, very niche little use case, but then we can explain how the... This explains how the read belt works, where it has the separators from these ones joining in like this, and it also separates at the split. The only thing it doesn't show is it following the underground belt for like an all-inclusive example. But I think this shows like a really great way to show that there's clearly an overflow here, but there's not over here, so we're still using all this, but then we can show it when it comes up. Would it ruin it for you if I showed you a simpler solution? No, not necessarily. I'm just saying this would be a good way to show a circuit example, basically. And that would be the whole point of it, is that it's not a super efficient way of doing it. This is just a way to show a general understanding of how the circuits work and show like a very clear input on one side comes in and then an output over there. Even if we like push this around a little bit. In fact, it might be better to do that. I think it looks a little bit nicer. Has like a very clear flow going forward like that. I think so. Yeah, I think that would be pretty easy to understand. Same thing just about combinators. Yeah, the whole point of this is just to show a use case for combinators. You don't have to do like, you don't have to do this way, but this is just a good example to show a fine-tuned control in an approachable and visual way. So that's where I think people are kind of missing the mark with that. And see, yeah, see, it's good for that. Exactly. So if you were to teach someone Factorio, most people are teaching you know, oh, here's the simple solution for this. You know, and you see this and you think immediately, oh, there's a simpler way to do this. Yes, there is. But the point is to show exactly why and how the circuits are working, and to give like a visual representation of a practical solution that, while it's very simple, it should be able to spark ideas for, oh, this is really simple, maybe you wouldn't do it here, but where might you do it? Type of thing. That's kind of the goal with what I want to, you know, portray with that, so to speak. So I'm going to keep that right there. I'm going to think about that. Maybe I'll come up with a better teaching thing for that, but we'll see. Because there's plenty of... In fact, you know, hold on. I can actually show an example of this. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Dosh Doshington. I doubt I need to tell you who that is. But I think this is where people are confused. So here's an example. This is kind of... Dosh is more of the extreme example case, but I'm still going to show this anyway. So this is just like a 3-minute video here, right? So let me do the desktop audio real quick.
This is a wire. They come in 2 flavors, red and green. They can connect things, a lot of things. Here's an exhaustive
this is the thing that I think,
but why should we want to connect things? Well, that's because
it's not fair he gets a deep, sexy, monotone voice, and I get a deep, shitty, monotone voice.
Comes in the form
if only,
signals.
Right?
Signals all have a type and a value. For example, along this wire, the signal's type is iron plates, while its value is 1. If we add more iron plates, its type remains the same, but the value is now 5. Now if we add a different item, another signal appears with its own value. Wires can...
So stopping right there at 32 seconds, there's a lot of information that gets, like, thrown in there at once, right? That's kind of the issue that a lot of tutorials follow, Dosh being a more extreme example, because honestly, Dosh is kind of geared more towards people that do play these games already. In my opinion, because he covers a lot of games that cover the automation, programmatic thinking, you know, sequential stuff with all that. Repeat that? Repeat what? Key for rail system for long distance logistic communications with radar. Yeah, and everyone has different use cases for, you know, for logic circuits and stuff. In every game, really. So I've recently been getting into Hydroneer, and Hydroneer has actually a really great way of doing the logic stuff and staying unique in the way that it does it. And I've been fascinated with it. So I've been playing with my kid. I haven't played it on stream, but like on my own time, I get very fascinated with how Hydroneer presents the ability to do logic circuits and conditions with that. It's very fun, very fun. But all the things he just said, no, I can't repeat that off the top. But here's the thing. I can watch this. I understand everything he's talking about. And I can sit there and nod my head and say, oh, yeah, I understand this, right?
You can carry any number of signals, even if there's so many that you can't even see them all when you mouse over a pole. Well, if wires carry information, what happens when we connect 2 wires with different signals?
So this, to me, so he's presenting this in a way that works for my brain. But the thing is, this doesn't work for everybody's brain. And then if you look at some of the other, like this one is 7 months ago, I think... I don't remember who was watching this. Thank you.
Anyone who's curious about
anyone.
Tech world,
yes. Thank you.
Basic operators of greater than, less than, equal to, and so on.
So this one, when you go through the wires, like they have this whole structured setup where they're kind of talking about
if I say enable, if
some of the theory behind it. They show you a little bit of like some examples, but I think the issue is that they go too quickly, and you're not really seeing practical uses,
an iron plate signal
right?
Than 80, it stays on.
So you show the light, and yeah, light turning on and off is great, but what if people aren't connecting that the light turning on and off means that a machine turns on and off? You know, or it means that a belt turns on and off. Some people don't make the connection without seeing an actual example of a practical, real-world use, right?
The complicated bit is, well...
And I think this is a really well-done tutorial, but not everybody agrees with that. And then you can do like a rail crossing thing.
So,
There's like a lot
as
of
I said
niche
before,
things with this.
most buildings in the game
And then it's talking
can
about
be
switch
connected to the
displays,
circuit,
alarms,
and
combinators,
will
all the
either
different
be able to
combinators.
output a
Like I said, this is all
signal
really
based on
good, but I feel like what's happening is that people aren't being introduced to combinators in an organic way. It starts to feel more like a college lecture, I think, is the best way that I can describe it. And a lot of people don't like college lectures. You know what I mean? So I think that's where some of the issues come up, if you can call them issues for most people. And again, that's not like, I'm not decrying anything that happens with like what? With these people, you know what I mean? I think they're fantastic tutorials, but I think we need something that's for, like, completely foundationless beginners. And I think showing it and introducing it slowly over the course of, like, a playthrough, or, like, in little bite-sized pieces, would be a lot more digestible for people that are just straight up not familiar with this type of stuff. So we're gonna try it, we're gonna see if, you know, we're gonna see if we swing and it hits, and if it doesn't hit, then it doesn't hit, you know? But there's been enough people asking for it that I'm pretty sure that it's needed. Okay. So, let's see, we're doing a little bit of research right now. We got all that. I've got some... Get some of those there. Alright, so what I'm thinking is... Yep, so here's my thought. So typically, whenever I set up my mall, I do a sushi mall thing, right? So I do like, I do something like this. Right? I do something like this that has everything that I need going at once. It's all circuit controlled and all that. And I like the way that this is set up. I love this way of doing it because I'm a major fan of sushi. But a beginner doesn't want that. A beginner just doesn't want that. But if you could do something smaller as a sushi belt, maybe we can convert more of the new people to sushi. You know what I'm saying? Sushi's life. Thank you, dog. That's what I like to say. That's what I like to see. Suggestion for an intro to circuits. Now I think about it, may end up being too complex. Shoot! Shoot your shot, Mike. Why not? Why not? Never allowed in one of my worlds? Oh, I'm all about sushi. I'm a huge fan of sushi. A circuit-controlled three-way split. Okay, why would you want a circuit-controlled three-way split? At what stage in the game, Mike, do you see yourself needing that three-way split? Because here's the thing. It's hard to argue telling people that circuit logic is required when you're a new person, especially because when you, as an experienced person, know you can go through the entire game without ever using combinators and still have a great time. Ignorance is bliss type of thing, right? So you kind of have to introduce it in ways that are like, that are so simple that you wouldn't think of them as actual practical applications for the true power of what combinators will do, but then it leads into what is really good later. It's more useful in earlier stages for even distribution to avoid overproduction. Yes, but you had the overproduction in mind, right? You're understanding what it is that you need to do. The idea here is that we have things going on when it comes to teaching people. We're talking like so bare of a foundation. We're talking about people that have never played a factory management game in their life, right? So the majority of people don't have a plan of like, oh, I need to understand what I'm, you know, overproducing, underproducing, and all that stuff. Like, most people don't do that. That's a very different way of doing it. So Took a look at my design. Kovarex added one combinator and simplified it so much. I still have no idea how he did it. I wish I kept the blueprint. Oh, just 30craft it yourself. Yeah, Kovarex is really stupid simple. And you can do it with like one or multiple combinators. You want to keep things nice and simple. But you can make it so that you don't have any excess Kovarex sitting in the machines. Because normally they'll kind of fill up with a buffer. I hate that. I hate that. So later you can tell them that, yeah, you can actually... You can do this. You can take a wire to any machine. You can actually read the ingredients that are inside of it. And you can also read, you know, recipe finish. You just read the contents of what's inside. And then you can use a little bit of math and you can make sure it only has enough for what it needs. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It was probably just a decision to turn off inserters when enough had been put into the machine, which is 40. So my base defense is bad, watch my power supply. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's little things that you can do with just like a little bit of creative thinking. And one of the main things that I show most people is how to take your initial power supply, which is going to be this, and turning this into a multi-stage power generating facility. Meaning you go off of like batteries, the accumulators, to actually segment it and turn on only so many machines, which helps with your pollution output. It helps with keeping your coal supplies, you know, filled out as much as possible. And then later, when you start to do more solar panels, if you so choose, you use less of it because it only turns on when the solar power's not sufficient for what you've done. And then when you have nuclear, it then essentially will turn off unless something catastrophic happens to nuclear. Then you have your backup power supply. But it just sits there and doesn't do anything because it's just a backup. This is like one of the earliest examples that I can give of where circuit logic is truly something that I consider necessary for my worlds, essentially. But again, it's not, some people don't really care because there really is a pretty large abundance of resources. Even if it's technically finite, you'll never really run out of stuff. So... kept my coal power, but only turned off my nuclear somehow didn't produce enough, so proud. Circuits are dumb. Circuits are great, Savage, don't lie. Move on to the next lesson. No. But yeah, so what I'm thinking on doing it, in fact, let's get your guys' opinion here. At this stage right here where we have this set up, and we've got the footage for this right now, obviously this is showing like a nice general progression of going from mine to smelt to output, and then showing like some, you know, multi-stage output, finally ending in the science, which is then your technical endpoint sync, right? At this point is when you usually start thinking about a mall. So we could either show people how to do kind of your more standard-ish mall, where you just have like a bunch of stuff that you'll make, something like this, right? So like down here we have a little pseudo belt mall that's not fully finished. We haven't put everything in for this, but essentially doing like this, or we can show as part of a circuit example where we do something like this, and then we also make it so that it comes out and does sushi type of things, right? So we do like maybe do like 4 across there, right? Then you like come down. Right? To show like a side-by-side example of some of the advantages and disadvantages of it. And then it would kind of teach, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, this is how you can then read the whole belt and then show, because this is my thought process. I think showing people at an early stage to get them used to the idea of sushi is something that would help later when they get to space platforms, right? So even if someone is doing just vanilla and hasn't gotten Space Age yet, there is definitely mods out there like space exploration for Space Age and all that they're going to go into, and they're going to want to understand how circuits work for some of that stuff. And a lot of it will include being able to read and add and subtract on a network how much is there, how much is gone, and all that type of stuff. So I feel like having people maybe lean more towards an early game sushi mall where we explain For example, we do like this, right? We produce belts, we produce underground belts, and we produce the splitters, right? And then we'll have, this is the plan, this is the plan, this is the plan. Ready? Hey, Red, how's it going? So this is what I'm thinking. You do like this. These will then like come in here where you have an in feed, an out feed, and then you have your box feed, right? And this is different from how I did my other one. So this one right here, let me just kind of put this down. I'll show you again. So this one is all one belt that you have everything go into and off of. And then there's only some that have these boxes in here, but this is designed specifically to have provisions for drones, right? But if you wanted to make this so that you could then have these be feeding out, what we would do is introduce this concept like so. And this is again just bare bone basic here. So we do like belts, and then let's say we did inserters as well. And this would then have the same format there. But then you come over here and say, okay, now we have these. Now we need to understand what it is we need to provide. So obviously we need to provide gears, right? So this would provide the gears for it. This one, it just wants the belts, so this would have to have the belts with it. Then you have the green circuits, so you could say, okay, we could either make green circuits here as part of it, which then means we also need to get some copper cables in the line. And then we look around and say, okay, what else needs to be here? And looks like that's it. And then we could say, we could then, and again, this is getting a little too complicated, but hear me out on this. We could then have a little example of a dynamic provider here, where you have this reads the belt and what's here, and then it will be able to actually change the recipe here, based on like certain conditions, right? This one would be a much more advanced example that we could kind of show for future things, where you just have it, you know, it automatically sets the recipe. It might have to be like a little, you know, combinator bank that does some of this. So since we have these three, we'd have conditions for 3 different signals that could go on this, right? And then it just tries to build those based on what it needs. And then have it also, just do like this. Because this would only turn on if there's not enough of something, so it should be able to just, you know, purge everything out, right? And then it doesn't have any excess materials that would kind of clog up, because all the materials that are in here would get used somewhere along the belt along the way, right? So then again, you have like, then you have this setup showing this without that additional red. Like that, right? And then boom, we set this up as just like a, you know, reading the entire belt contents and understanding how a more practical use case can come into play, where then you don't really have to worry about how much you're really feeding in. And you would definitely have to go slow with it and explain more, because it would involve obviously, you know, these being your actual like provision bits here, but then you just say, hey, then you have your in-feed belts like this, which would go on the outside belt. Then you have the inside, well, let's see, hold on. Let's think about this. Because these output to the far side. So we'd actually want these to, like, be able to feed on into the inside of the belt, you know, a little bit more, which could be a little tricky, to explain that. Because right now, with the way this is set up, this would only utilize half the belt. So we could, like, do something really snazzy, like this. Where we have this, and then we have... This would then feed onto the belt in such a way as this and this. And I've shown this trick before, so this can kind of show some more advanced little tricks, right? No. Anyway, I'll think about that a little bit more, but I think that as like an introduction to circuits for a little bit more advanced mall would get people used to the idea of sushi before they reach space platforms, and prepare them a little bit more for that, right? Again, not necessarily a great necessity or anything like that, but I think it would be something that At least something that I think would be considered fairly useful. And then they can kind of scale it up as they understand a little bit more with it and all that. So, just a thought, just an idea, you know, kind of mulling around and throwing around there. We'll see. We'll see. Because again, the whole point of this is that we're kind of going through stage by stage, the beginning bits of all this, trying to understand and come from the perspective of a player that has zero clue what's going on, and then introduce them to the concepts of the game in a palatable way, right? Something that appeals to people from all kinds of backgrounds, and even if it's going to be a little slow for people with more technical backgrounds, it doesn't leave people with less technical backgrounds, you know, floundering in the dust, basically. So, Ashla Boy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. Man, we're getting so close to 1,000. That's crazy. Someday, we will reach it. Oh, cool. We finished all that research, too. So for now, we're just going to let the research kind of sit for a bit. Because now I'm trying to think... If it were my first time, what would it be that I would have, like, naturally gravitated towards at this stage, right? It's been so long, though. I think what would happen is I'd keep on building this and making this mess, like, crazy, and I would be wanting to be super compact. So I think trying to get people used to the idea of, like, using all the space you've got, and then, you know, you can tear up stuff and then redirect things and not be afraid of all the space is fine. Wine and candlelight? No wine for me on that one. Sorry, no candlelight either. No candlelight either, I'm just saying. You didn't need it for the first time. Not for us, I'm just saying. But yeah, I'm thinking, building on patch. Yeah, I think it's something else, because I just kind of naturally didn't do it too much. Here, I let it go a little bit, because I was able to snake this to catch everything the belt was touching anyway. But I think I will mention that. I think that's a really good, I think it's a really good point. Let's actually write that down. Building on patch, because I've even seen veteran players that do that, and I don't think that's a great idea when it's not necessary. Because there are times that it could technically be necessary, but they are pretty few and far between, I feel. At least in my eyes. Pretty few. Oh, I ran out of belts. Whoops. There you go. But yeah, I think the building on patch is a good point to bring up. But I think kind of showing this where we have everything coming into a mostly central area and then feeding out from said central area and managing it that way, I think that's a great way to approach the concept of it. Because again, I don't want to just do the normal, alright, and now once you have all this done, make sure you start on your main bus, because that tells people that there's only one way to play the game, and that you have to go to the main bus. And I don't want to give that impression, right? We don't want to constrain people to think you can only be in the main bus. We want to say, this is how you would typically start, this is one way to start, this is how I started, this is why we did it. And I think that's something that's very important, is explaining to people the why. So I think that's what we're going to go with on that one. So I think what'll end up happening is we'll use the footage of tonight to show, like, you know, as we progress the base up to this point, but then I'm going to have to record a little bit extra and go over a couple things as like some extra B-roll footage type of thing with it all. So the main bus you're doing is supposed to be like, well, it's just blindly copying others. Yeah, that's something I talk about that a lot, where it's like, I don't think it's a bad thing to copy blueprints. I really don't. If you go online to find like some blueprint books and all that, that's totally fine. That's what you want to do. As long as you understand how it works and why it was designed the way it was. It's like programming, right? You can go and copy some code, or you can go and use like ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot to do some code. And I think that's totally fine, as long as you understand how the code is working or use the tools to help you understand it. Because if you say, hey, ChatGPT, I want you to make me, make me a little payment checkout system for my new business and stuff, and just expect it to do all the work, and then, yeah, that looks really good, and then you just, deploy it, and then suddenly, oh, yeah, it's storing all of your customers' data in plain text. Because your dumbass didn't know enough to ask it to make sure that everything was secure, is really bad. Right? And I think Factorio is the same way. You don't want to like, well, I gotta go to Nuclear, and I'm just gonna go copy a blueprint for Coverex, slap it down, then, oh, that's really cool, I have no clue how it works, but, now it does what I need to do, I'm just gonna walk away. No, like, use it as an opportunity to learn from it, but I don't think a lot of people think that way, so we want to try to approach this in a way that we're not copying the norm, right? Basic resolution for fast handcraft if you want to handcraft. Yeah, that could be good. So, like, I'm thinking explaining that when we get more to the drones and stuff, and showing, like, how do you set up, like, drones to keep, like, your inventory managed that way. And different little tools like that. On top of, like, this super barebone basic circuit that does your little, storing some excess but still letting things flow down if there starts to get, a need for it type of thing. But yeah, I think it's like, that's the idea that I've got. I don't know if it's going to work. We're going to find out within a few months if it's going to work, because I've already got a little bit of a game plan with it. That's going to span a few videos, but I need to do it for Factorio, and I need to do it for Warhammer also, so we're going to have a kind of a split on that. And I need feedback on both of them, okay? I need feedback on both of them when the videos come out, so it's been a while since I've edited. You're going to have to go easy on me with it. We're going to start with Factorio because I am a huge fan of it, and there's a lot of people that can give some really solid feedback on that. So when that does come out, we'll point people towards the YouTube video and make sure that we get some good critical, my brain just fried. Hold the thought for just a second. Some good critiques. We're gonna go with that one because I don't remember what I was thinking before. Anyway, with all that being said, what I want to kind of say with this is I want to emphasize that space is something that you shouldn't be afraid to use. Like, you shouldn't be afraid to go out here and do all this, right? This is all free real estate. Use it. There's so many people that they'll just kind of be building in this, like, tiny area, and then they don't expand until they have, like, walls out so many places. I do this a lot because I'm, like, paranoid with things. But you don't need to be this paranoid unless you're on, like, a mega death world type of thing. Like, live a little bit. Not really good at critical feedback. That's okay. I'll take, like, anything, really. So, like, I'll take any suggestions if you put them in the comments and stuff. And make sure that you phrase them, appropriately. But I'm not going to be too offended by anything. If people don't like something, just say you don't like something. I got thick skin. I'll be okay. If people end up not liking it and this was a horrible idea and we never should have made tutorials and guides for this, I'll stop doing it. That's okay. You caught it. Did you, Forgetful? That is, yes. That is. Yep. So the idea is that I want to get a little bit of footage of this base getting some pollution. It's kind of taking a little while. I don't think it's generating an advanced party yet. But yeah, I want to show what it looks like so that people aren't surprised by it, right? I'm thinking maybe I need to move the radar a little bit. Yeah, it's not making a little party just yet. Did good in one, but continuing I lost. What, Shadow? About to sleep, but I tried Skaven again, and I did good and won, but continuing I lost. I'm a little confused. Do you mean that, like, you won some battles but then you lost the campaign? I'm gonna bring this down closer so there's, like, a much clearer view. Whoa, whoops. Too saucy, too saucy. My bad, excuse me. Put this, like, right here. Yeah, there we go. That gives, like, a nice view of what's going on. To show bad examples. No. So, that is a good idea, though, Savage. So, the idea is that later on, after we've done, like, the bare-bone basics, I have an idea to do, like, something that Legend of Total War did with Total War campaigns, which is saving failed or, like, doomed campaigns that are legendary in that. And, he goes in and takes, like, a save and then tries to, like, turn things around, right? Or what Echo Ridge does, where he goes into Oxygen Not Included bases, and, goes into Oxygen Not Included bases, and he takes them, that they're, like, doomed to die in a few cycles, and then he tries to save them and turn them into sustainable bases, right? Gave a pop-up saying one could continue if you wanted. Oh, okay, so you got the long campaign victory then. Okay. So you got the victory, and then you continued and ended up eventually succumbing. That makes sense, yeah. That's okay. At least you tried it. Tried to paint the map one color. That's respectable. But yeah, that is something I have ideas for later for that, so definitely keep hold on that. And Savage, I know you've also got Oxygen Not Included, I'm pretty sure, if I recall. And if you have something like that that you would also want to get reviewed, I can do that as well. But right now, the main focus, I think, is simply sticking with Factorio and Warhammer as a solid base, and then we can branch out to, you know, Factorio adjacent, Warhammer adjacent stuff like that, and go from there, right? That's kind of the idea that we've got it in right now. So just because you said to doing without realizing the benefits, drawbacks often goes kind of wrong. Clutch, exactly, yes, exactly. And I think there's a lot of tutorials, though, that, like, kind of push people towards that main bus without talking about why the main bus is good and why the main bus is also not always the best for people. There's a lot of people that a main bus mentality doesn't really work. And I've gotten to the point that I'm so tired of main buses, I tend to do more organic, technically less efficient, but way more fun builds. And that's just a personal preference, right? Just a personal preference in the end with that. Game mistakes. It's doing pretty fine. That was not supposed to be a reply. I think the main bus is overrated and makes factories look sterile. I tend to agree. I really like train bases, and I like having distributed factories. So I am 100% on board with you on the main bus thing. Isn't less efficient. I appreciate a good bit of spaghetti. I do. But I really like having, you know, kind of like the modular little components and like I said, the distributed bases with a rail network that you then like patch in stuff, and all the trains will just kind of travel to wherever they need to go. And I really like circuits, which makes train bases even more fun, right? But that's just me. Distributed base. Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's not a centralized factory. It's a distributed factory. That's what I always called it. It's kind of like on Gleba too. When I did Gleba, I wanted to do everything with like belts and stuff, and I ended up deciding I wasn't going to do that. But I had to figure out the defense stuff, so I ended up deciding to make an island base that was all belt based, with a few drones here and there to kind of help with moving things around. And I called it Project Alcatraz because I thought that was hilarious. Still sucking Manifold Brain from Satisfaction. Yeah, and that's totally fine. But Manifold doesn't work very well in Factorio. It just doesn't. In my opinion, at least. You gotta get used to, like, thinking a little bit differently. A lot of factory games, I've noticed, tend to actually do like the Manifold system, but Factorio is kind of a little exception. That is usually not the case, unless you, you do some black magic. Has anyone here heard the term the holy term of belt weaving. No rails. It is just a really fast train builder, so we can fit into anyone's build. Oh, that sounds interesting. Node-based belt weave, yes. You hate belt weaving so much? I love belt weaving. I love the way it makes people feel. I did that on our, we did a SpaceX Crash Story 2 run where we did belt weaving. And oh my word, it was so funny. I blew so many people's minds with that. Mainly for labs was boosting thingies. Yeah. At some point, upgrading all belts to max here all at once. Can't do that if I weaved anything. That is true. That is true. But man, the storage capacity one can achieve with that is really good. It's really fun. But yeah, once you start getting green belts, yeah, it starts becoming less of a thing for me too. I'm gonna queue up some more research, see if we can't get, get some pollution going a little bit more now. Because like I said, you know, Forgetful caught me. I was trying to get this as an example. There's a little bit going out there. Because I think it'd be good to kind of describe how the evolution thing really affects things. So, we'll see. Yeah. Freaking green belts. So good. So good. Foundries. Oh, I love Foundries so much. One of the best additions to the game. I love the way the Foundries look. I love the way the Foundries function. I love that you can do the liquid metal, transport it around, and then cast it on site to places. Oh my gosh. So good. Naturally discovered Weevil doing blue my first playthrough. Blue signs. Oh, there you go. Blue Weevil Promethean rock clear something I still do. I think you have to do it on a Prometheum, you know, like, science system. Because there's just no other way to really store enough. You know what I mean? Because you have to store them as the chunks in order to, like, actually process them. And taking eggs out there... I don't know, maybe there's some people out there that I haven't seen that have done taking eggs out and doing it in a sustainable way, but I prefer to just take and get like a whole rock collection run and then just come back to Novice and just send them up and process them there, right then and there. I just don't see a way to really do it any other way. But, you know, I'm also incredibly stupid. But I'm aware that I'm stupid, and that's powerful. That's powerful. You just make a big ship with more belt weaving is just too good in that scenario. Right? Yeah. You might as well, you know, because, you know, if space on the planet is enough, then space in space is also, like, generally infinite. I mean, realistically speaking, like, you know, just fill in all that dead space with all the belts that you could possibly want and just have at it. 80% EVO that points I didn't have any wiggle room. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's... You know, there's scenarios that you do want to build compact, but that only happens really when you get to a stage in the game that you understand the reasoning for the compactness, and you understand why you can't use all of your available space. But generally speaking, like, most of the time, space is free. Especially when you get the later military technologies, you can just, like, evict all the residents. You know what I mean? Thousands of rocks of overgrowth soil to recycle for fresh spider eggs. Oh! Yeah, that... That is a really funny way to do it. I forgot about that. That's nuts. Yeah, that's like mad scientist level stuff. I love that. Then I was built in the smallest condensed area I could. Yeah, and I think that's fun as a challenge to do. And there is a little bit of beauty in making sure that you use as much of the space as possible and condensing it. But I think for new players, this is what I kind of want to emphasize for new players, is try to make them not afraid to build big and spread out. I mean, like, That's kind of why I did it like this. I could have built like this green circuit closer, but I brought down and built my first science right here, green circuit over here, then I ripped this up, and then I just brought the belt line over, because I want to show that, like, it's okay. You're gonna tear things down, build things up, tear things down, build things up, tear things down, build things up, like, constantly throughout the game, and that's okay. You know, you're gonna have a new idea for design, rip it up and do that, and then show that you get more incentivized to do that, because you start to get things like drones and stuff that come into play with it. You know, it's a great... Hey, there we go. We finally got a little attack. That's what I was looking for. Like the tiniest itty bitty attack in the world, but that's okay. It's not quite... I don't know if that's an attack that's even worth mentioning. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Start doing some of this stuff. I've been neglecting my toolbar. I've been really neglecting my toolbar. Someday I'll set this up, like, properly, but I always forget to use it, honestly. Let's do a little bit of that, that's fine. 8,800 rocket silos on Gleba purely for overgrowth soil. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, is, like, on Gleba, all of your resources are pretty much free, because all you're doing is just growing it. You actually don't even have to expand anymore at that point. It's literally infinite. So 8,800 rocket silos is eventually, depending on how fast you're going, it's eventually, you know, extremely feasible. If you understand how Gleba works. And a lot of people get really tripped out by Gleba. A surprising amount of people, actually. I've found. And I don't think it's a fault on the player's end. I think it's literally just that Gleba is such a different way of thinking to what a lot of veteran Factorio players deal with, typically, that it forces you to come out of your mindset that you've already developed. You know what I mean? I think that's what was really killing people on Gleba, because for me, I actually found Gleba to be one of the most enjoyable planets. I make fun of it all the time, but I generally really enjoy Gleba. I also greatly enjoy Fulgora. Oh my gosh, I love the shit out of Fulgora. That, if I could start on Fulgora in, like, in base Space Age, I would start on Fulgora every time, because I love Fulgora's flow. Holy shit, that's a lot of statistics in there. 90 packs a minute. Wow. We don't talk about Gleba. Gleba's fun. See, I'm in the camp that Gleba's fun. Preferred Fulgora to Gleba. Shit out of that. A lot of people rush Gleba and just try to get off the planet as fast as possible, and then end up having to go back anyway. Which I think is the most hilarious, like, hilarious thing about it, is that, oh wow, you did all that work to try to stay away from it. Oh, but then you had to go back anyway, because you left things behind. And you didn't have, like, the proper defenses for it and stuff. Only planet I played it which is small, and then I can play on those planets. Once they build it too much, I lag out. Why don't you... You mean you haven't gone to it on your own? Like, on a solo playthrough? Why not, dog? A lot of practice of Fulgora and Vulcanus. Okay. No solo, really? That is surprising. Most people I know have, like, almost always played solo. Want to enjoy solo when I do it. I always enjoy solo. Don't like the timed stuff. In fact, what's my biggest gripe in the game? What, the spoilage? Is that what you mean? Playing with the wife, we had a blast. That's what I'm saying. Oh my word, like, so I got scared of Gleba because everybody was talking shit about Gleba when it came out. Like, the biggest YouTubers were talking about it. And I got Space Age on release, and I was really nervous. I was like, is Gleba really going to be that bad? And I ended up actually really enjoying it. Spoilage in that it kills you. Except it's really not that bad. Man, honestly, you go to Fulgora, get the Tesla turrets, ramp up your electricity damage, slap some of those down, and do the Alcatraz approach, and put your main base out on an island in the water, and have just one funnel that leads in with a whole bunch of those Tesla turrets, have trains go out and pick up all your farm stuff, and then you have your farms be like basic defenses to, like, you know, clean up some stuff, and then, oh no, they took out your farm. Shoot. But Gleba is like infinite resources, so you just make sure you build all the stuff to replace those farms, and it's just a constant cycle of, oh no, they wiped it out, wipe them out, rebuild it, do it again type of thing. It's really fun. I really like it. Possibly in the end for us it was Gleba, Fulgura, Novice, Aquilo, Vulcanus. Just how much we just enjoyed playing them. Yeah, and I like Vulcanus in terms of I can make it into a mega production facility, and I like to call it a Forge world because I'm a huge like Warhammer 40k nerd. So I use Vulcanus as my Forge world to just like mass produce ships stupid fast because I think that's really fun. And I also just like taking the foundries and using them in other places and other applications. I think it's a blast. But in terms of like mechanics and stuff with it, I felt like the others had a lot more. You had to play a lot more differently than you did on Vulcanus. You know what I mean? Like Fulgora, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I love sorting trash. And now I'm like, are there more games that I can sort trash and use circuits to sort the trash? Because I love that stuff. That's great stuff. That's stellar, that's fantastic. In terms of complexity and interest, it's last value-wise #1. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I like Gleba because then you get the advanced asteroid processing too, is another really big, a really big selling point for me on that one. I ran out of my hand feed. Hold on a second. There we go. That'll last a little while longer, and then we'll actually, you know, we'll actually make real production of that eventually. Someday. Okay, I need to actually do that to make sure that keeps flowing. Hate how much stuff is just straight up destroyed, triggers my efficiency mindset. Well, the funny thing for me on Vulcanus is, so normally I'm also the same way, where I don't want to have things just dumped and deleted. But with Vulcanus, I changed my mindset because I felt like putting the rocks back in the lava wasn't really deleting them. You're just like, the way I saw it was like this. You're sifting out the resources that you need, and then the rocks that you don't need, you're just dumping them back into the lava that they came from anyway, right? What would have been really cool is you did something like Captive Industry, that you could take the rocks and then use them to kind of improve your area, which in this case would be like landfill to fill in like the lava, you know, stuff and all that. But then I was like, I don't really want to do that because I kind of like the way the lava works. So, and I like the way that it looked too. Fulgora, Gleba, Novice, Aquilo, Vulcanus. Yeah, see, for me, I like the stuff I get from Aquilo, but I think Aquilo is the lowest for me, because I thought the heating mechanics and the cold was really fun at first. Then I sat there and I thought, oh, it's just tedious, actually, is all it is. It's really not that as interesting as I thought it would be. I was kind of sad, actually. You struggle the most with Fulgora? Oh, Fulgora is like my wet dream, because I get to do all my fun little combinator stuff, and it has an actual valid reason, and it forces people into spaghetti. And that makes me happy. Everyone should be forced into spaghetti, especially sushi spaghetti. So good. Oh, so good. Never had space on Fulgora? You don't need it. That's one of the places that you just go and find like a really big continent, and then you do circuits to use the space that you've got efficiently. A full one silo? What? That's it? Man, you must have had a bad roll on Fulgora then. The sorting scraps planet, right? Yes. Yes. So that's part of what I'm planning to do is I want to take this beginner tutorial all the way to rocket launch, and then I want to then do beginner tutorial for each planet to kind of show the basic stuff, and then I want to take it a step further to show the fun stuff that you can do with each of the planets. That's like really good. Very much. Oh, Aquilo is super pretty. Aquilo's super pretty. Yeah, I love the aesthetic. I love the textures they do with the snow on everything to show everything, you know, the snow and the ice and the frozen bits of it. I like the way it looks. But once you actually get your heating set up, you just sit there like, oh, it's just kind of... It just works now. I do think the cryo chambers are super pretty. I think the cryo chambers animations are super awesome. I've just been sitting here letting things run for a bit. For a bit. I haven't actually done anything. Because I'm trying to decide how to approach this now. Oh. Oh. Would you look at that little guy? Huh. Well, that sucks. I was wondering what that noise was. What the heck? I'm shocked that there's only like a little trickle of biters coming. I was hoping to show like I needed a little bit of footage of like a biter attack with like a full squad basically, but it's not coming. It's not coming. No, I guess it'll come eventually. Is currently grinded using casinos. Well, the way that I see it with the quality is that I like that you can take the quality stuff, you put it in, and then you get what you want out of it, and then the stuff that's like lesser, you recycle it back into the loop. I like stuff like that. But the whole core mechanic of quality is... Technically, it's just gambling at its core. That's really what it is, because it's just like such low % chances. You're just trying to roll it in favor, you know, in favor of your odds for gambling. I really was hoping this was going to reach 50 SPM, but that's fine. That's okay. I couldn't remember how much. That's all right. Start. Okay, so I got to think about what I want to do for the mall. Do I want to do just like a basic mall, or do I want to do the sushi mall? I like the sushi mall just based on the need for circuits and like displaying that. Maybe I just do both. You know what? I'll just do both. Why not, right? What's the harm in doing both? We'll even do like the same materials to kind of showcase the advantages and disadvantages, right? I think that would be great. I think it would be great. And then we'll just do, I think the one thing that I wasn't sure about, honestly, was how to actually add the stuff onto this belt. Maybe a bit of a filter. So that's why I want to kind of just... I want to show it, but I don't want it to be the main thing, right? I want it to be a shown example of what's to come later. Does that make sense? Which is why I don't want to do just it. I want to give it as another example, is the idea. Just kind of as like a, you know, here's what you can do with circuits later when you've learned them some more, right? Because the idea is that I'm thinking you need to introduce the circuits in stages and bits and pieces, and if some of those pieces are like, here's a glimpse at the future, you know, but not like a full in detail explanation of it, and then showing, you know, if you feel confident and you want to go for this solution, this is, you know, a little template of what you can expect. And then if you don't feel like doing that right now, this is what, you know, I'm gonna actually cover in this particular bit, yada yada yada, that type of stuff, right? That's the thought process behind it right now. So that it gives a little something for people that are kind of picking it up and getting it a little bit more, but then we don't just sit there and dwell on it for the people that aren't quite ready to receive that, if that makes any sense at all. So the goal is like, I don't want it to be a... What? I don't want it to be something that scares people. I want it to be something that, you know, we've introduced you to, you know, some of the simpler things. Here's a slightly more advanced thing. and then, you know, you can decide what you want to do from there, type of thing. And we can, you know, obviously, I'll present it in a better way, which is why, that's one of the beauties of doing a recorded video, is that I can take multiple takes, play it back, hear how it sounds, decide on, you know, was that a good way of phrasing it or not? It's not the same as live, because live, I'm more prone to making a lot of mistakes. And I do mean a lot of mistakes, and then not properly going back and correcting said mistakes, I feel like. So I'm going to put that right there as one example, and then we'll just, let's see. Maybe we'll just come over here since this is going to be the starting example. I'm just going to do like this. Or I'm just going to show all these things kind of feeding back in. So the idea is that I'm going to show this way, that's the more compact version, but, you know, might be a little bit slower than this one, where these belts will then kind of feed back over here with some of these processes. But then show, you know, like how I'm going to group, you know, these two, because they use green circuits, are right next to each other. This one uses gears, but they're kind of spaced out enough that we then will just make gears for each one, because this one takes 1 a second, this one takes 1 a second. So there will be one machine for gears per side, because that's just going to be a nice way to show, to kind of like naturally show ratio matching without telling people that they have to do ratios. Hey! Hey, you little bastards. Why is there only 2? Why is there only 2? Where's the rest of them? Man. Trying to get them to come in force, and they're not doing it. It's kind of pissing me off. Okay, so we'll do that, then like... maybe we'll just copy this little setup, this little thingamerjig, to go right here. So I'm thinking like this, and then we'll do... this comes up, and because these both require some green circuits, and these do too. So this will show, like, you know, a little bit of ratio, and then not to ratio type of thing. So... that's just what I'm kind of thinking out loud to myself with here. And then there obviously needs to be some plates for all of these. So all of these will require plates at some point in the process. Speed up? I know, right? I know, I'm not doing enough in that angle. I've been talking too much and, like, you know, theory crafting and trying to plan ahead with it. Because I feel like we have enough footage for, like, the first stage. I feel like a lot of people... when they're first starting and they're brand new, I think this is a lot of progress to get up to 2 sciences in one evening if they have zero clue what they're doing. That's my thought process, at least right now. So I don't want to go, like, too far ahead, necessarily. And then if I need to go a little bit farther, I can get, like, a little extra footage tomorrow night, if I need to. So, we'll see. I probably shouldn't have cleared out all of those nests like I did before. That was probably a little bit of a boo-boo on my end. Hey. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Hold on. But yes, I'm wanting this to be as approachable as humanly possible, is the idea. But I still want to allow... think of it like this. This is the way I'm seeing it, at least. Think of it like this. Whenever you were in school and you got held back by the slowest student in class, that always sucked. You know what I mean? That you had to go back and relearn some things because there was one student that just simply could not keep up with everybody else. That's just not good, right? So I want to make it so that no one feels like they're being held back, so to speak, in it. You know, maybe it doesn't have everything they need, obviously, because it's just starting. People got to relax a little bit on that. I'll admit that. But there should at least be enough to kind of like, you know, keep people's interest in terms of, you know, oh, okay, you know, this is something that's actionable that I can do right now. I'm still new to the game, but I'm picking it up a little faster than other people, so I want to have something for those people, but then I want to go slow enough that, you know, the general population, the general target audience, we're going to say, is what I want to feel like this is more approachable. And be just less scared in general of the prospects. Which is also why I'm kind of slowly, you know, showing this whole, doing the blueprints and stuff with this. I'm just gonna keep the same little design because I kind of like that design now. I like the way that it ended up working out with it, and I'm gonna keep this in place. And then I think we'll show like moving this and adjusting this to have a higher output. To show like, you know, things you will change and adjust and grow as we're expanding out here. We're giving ourselves enough room to grow this coming out here, then this one will get moved eventually. All that stuff. So I'm trying to be as forward thinking with it as I can, but in a way that doesn't seem like I just planned out everything and that I came in with this like master plan. Now where? That's a little better. That's a little better. That's starting to get there. I'm proud of you kids. I'm proud of you little biters. Photosent, okay, I'll look in just a bit. Spaz the Gamer, hello, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. 3, 4. Let's do like 8. Let's do 8, why not? Doing well, good. You've since moved finally? Okay, let's have a look here. Did you send them in vanilla? Let's see here. I'm probably still, yeah, okay, hold on just a second. Hold on a moment. We gotta do, let's just do no active game. There we go, okay, and then we can look. Oh yeah, you definitely used up the space. Took out all the cliffs and stuff. Was there nowhere else to like really, you telling me this space only did one silo? Really? Are you sure? This looks like it should be able to do more. What am I missing here? What was the, you just downloaded the game Spaz. I got great news for you. I'm actually working on content for brand new gamers. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. You just downloaded the game. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. And if you have questions that need more detailed explanation, I need ideas for videos. So be sure to send them my way. I would be more than happy to help you. More than happy to help you with that. You are in, like, the perfect place. Island seems big enough. That's what I'm saying. Doing tutorial right now. Good luck. Good luck on the tutorial. And, Spaz, take your time. Take your time. You don't have to speedrun anything. Not the tutorial, not anything else, okay? Also, don't look up too many things when it comes to builds and stuff. You can look up tutorials of, like, I totally get that if you're not understanding something, but don't go looking up, like, copy-paste builds. Avoid that. Avoid that. You're gonna have a way better time. Don't ever use bots and I'm bad overall. Bad overall. Aw, man. Aw, jeez. Why don't you use bots? Of all the planets, Fulgora is one of the main, like, main places that I think bots have a lot of use for. I don't use them, like, I think doing a pure bot base on Fulgora is a total cop-out. Oh, Spaz. Vanilla, or did you get the Space Age DLC with it? Just so that I know, like, what level of commitment you're doing with that one. Trivializes everything else. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. I think on Fulgora it's a total cop-out. Using it a little bit, I think is good, but pure bot-based? Nah, ain't no way. Image perms on the Discord? Well, my Discord bot is currently, kaput. What is your name on Discord here? Which one is you? Okay, hold on a second. Let me go to... Let's go to members. Ah, 2 members. Who's Sophia? Which one of you is Sophia Claire? I don't recognize that one. Is there a Twitch handle with that one? Wait a minute, it said that they joined, but then I don't see a mutual server. Are they not here anymore? Oh, they're gone. They joined and then they were gone, I think. Add you? You can go to our Discord. There's a Discord link, and I can just get your, I get your perms on that one. Then you can see me there and just friend me that way. It's the easiest way. Oh, hey! Hey, I wasn't ready. Hey! Well, you know, ask and you shall receive. What can I say? What can I say? I have, to be fair, been waiting for that one. Alright. So I need to get a little footage of them, like... We're gonna sit here for a bit, because I need a little footage of them, actually coming in. Or at least, like, grouping up. So let's just do this real quick. So yeah, let me just, there you go. Just join that one, let me know when you've joined, and I'll go and manually give you some perms. Because, again, my bot's down. Yeah, here we go. So I'm just gonna get a little bit of footage of this to show what it looks like when they're starting to group up. So we might sit here for just a second. Just kind of let it build up, because I know it takes a little bit of time. And while we're doing that... Oh, I already see you. Perfect. Okay, you should have image permissions now, and there is a Factorio section. I actually have only... In fact, let me do this. Let me add a Space Age specific channel if people want to differentiate that. There you go. Because we've had everything in vanilla, and then I had Space X, which we were doing years ago. Damn, it's been 2 years now since that shit. I'm so old. Yeah, so now there's a Space Age specific section if you want to post in that one instead, to keep things like nice and formatted. Jesus, my community because it crashes the video drivers. Oh, that sucks. Well, as long as you have it in your browser, that's totally fine too. It's basically the same thing. You don't need the desktop version. Yeah, I just barely made the Space Age one if you want, like, you know, more specific there. There you go, perfect. What you got going there? I'm not going to pull it up on screen because I'm trying to get this footage here. Which, regrettably, the, for some reason, the, oh, they're moving a little bit. They're not doing their usual motion, though. I wanted them to have a little bit more life with them, but this is fine. We can do, like, a speed-up time-lapse to kind of show this. So we'll go with that. They're frozen? Yeah, apparently. I don't feel like getting closer to them right now, though, so I'll just use this. I'll just do a little time-lapse to show the group getting bigger as they consume the pollution. And then when they go forward to kind of show the behavior of them, you know, moving across, probably on the mini-map would be a good way to do that, so we'll just watch them for a bit. Simple 1-for-1 bi-directional train, I like that. Comes back. Okay, yeah, I see there's a lot of science production there, some holmium solution. Good amounts of the holmium solution, like it. level 1 and 2 prod and speed mods, some efficiency mods down there. A little... Is that a little, like, bot archive mall over there, is what it looks like? Yeah, I like that setup a lot, actually. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 silos. Yeah, I like 6 silos. I think it's what I did for my first one, too, was the 6 silos. Research for more pollution. Oh, I'm not researching it now. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hold on a second. It's probably gonna mess with things, but that's okay. We'll cut it out in post, as they say. Want to get trains anyway. There we go. I forgot. I thought I was researching right now, but I wasn't. That's okay. Wasn't my first one. That was for express delivery, but I feel like Fulgora can easily support silos. That's kind of the feeling I get too, because the way that the economy works, where you have the scrap and you do like a top-down deal, is extremely feasible for silos. I feel like, at least. I know Vulcanus is like definitely super happy for silos. You can like crank out so many silos on Vulcanus. And then Gleba, I think people get tripped up on Gleba because you can get a staggering amount of rocket fuel alone on Gleba. And the plastic coming from that too. The bioplastic, ooh. Ooh, so good. So good. Alright, there's a couple more starting to pop out now. I think that was about the size of the last group that came. So they should start attacking soon, I'm pretty sure. Once they attack, we'll just pan over and just kind of show them on their path over. And then I can do the rest of the work and, like, you know, getting the pollution overlay and all that. So I can describe that later. I don't think this is one that's a really critical topic to go over. I think a lot of people will intuitively understand once they see that, you know, pollution cloud reaches out, touches a nest, nest gets angry, makes a bunch of angry boys, sends angry boys over, tries to eat you, fails, rinse and repeat until you go and deal with the nest, basically. So I feel like this is kind of like a minor topic here until later, right? At least in my eyes, but just kind of making sure that people are aware of this when they first start is very important so they don't get blindsided. There we go, finally. So let's do that. We'll let them kind of walk off the screen. Oh, that's perfect. Then we'll just kind of come over here. Oh, perfect. There's only 4 of them too, so. Then we'll just shoot them. Perfect. Game's very kind. Warned you first. Small part. If you ignore it, it'll steamroll you. Exactly, yeah. But I wanted to get some footage of that, like, that process actually happening. Surface pollute. Yeah, I could do that, but I don't want to cheat. I want it to be, you know, I want it to be organic. And then I think I'll show like turret creeping as a method to deal with them, because I think a lot of people can really use the turret creep. Factorio been going? It's been going great. I think we got a lot of good footage. I think we've got a really solid start. I'm gonna start editing this tomorrow night, but I am going to play Warhammer tomorrow night. I'm gonna see if I can actually get a bonus stream tomorrow, Steel, just for you, since we couldn't do it today. Since we ended up doing this instead, I'm gonna see if we can do a bonus one tomorrow. If I can't do a stream, and it's gonna be later when I get on, I will at least see if you want to get on and play, even if it's off stream. I can at least do that for you, since you did get kinda, you know, shafted today, in that sense. Did you end up doing War Thunder, Steel? Playoff stream them down? Man, you really are desperate. You did, yes? How was War Thunder for you? How did that go? Could lend you my wife. She never stops farting, but I just be there in no time. Oh, perfect. Sounds like, real gas. Just saying. Start filling this in a little bit. Just play custom games against each other. Oh, is that what you did? Well, that's pretty fun. Did Bunny enjoy it, or did Bunny end up hating it? What was the verdict? Was there a verdict? She will start playing it more? Really? Wow. Oh god, I wish she'd do that with the games I suggest, damn it. I'll tell you what. Alright, let's see if I can come over here and trim this down a little bit, without the turrets. I don't think so, to be honest with you. Oh wait, now that I have grenades, actually with grenades we can, for sure. Got the best game taste, that's what I'm saying! I don't know why she gotta hate so much on it. I mean, come on, Mimesis looks like a ton of fun. For a party game, come on! Warhammer, Factorio. I got great taste. I got absolutely phenomenal taste. I'm also very humble. Like, extremely humble. Love to do Mimesis. I know, doesn't it look like a ton of fun? I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking for my birthday, I would like to see if there's enough people that would be willing to try Mimesis. You only need like 3 people. Surely we could get 3 people for that, right? Never met a more humble man. I'm the most humble. I have the best humble. There's no one as humble as me. Not one. Not a single one more humble than I. Just saying. Alright, let's get this grenade. I'm pretty sure grenades would work really well here. I don't remember. It's been so long since I remember doing early game nonsense. Saying someone's truly unbiased. I believe if you think Factorio is a good game, you have a good taste in games. That's what I'm... You know, that is true. That is absolutely true. Your humbleness is huge, huge. One big, beautiful humble. One big, beautiful humble. Have you heard this? People are saying this. I'm already thinking... you know what? You know what? We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. I can kind of show that you can, you know, shoot your gun and you can hold a grenade at the same time. It would be great. Oh, right click. Yep. Don't be like me. Right click. That's not as effective as I remember. I dare say that was downright terrible, I reckon. There we go. Hey, but it's doable. So, I think I'll show this. Yeah, I think this will be good to show that you can take on even like these nests with just like a little extra tooling with the grenades. Probably need more grenades though. Bunny doesn't like the top-down aesthetic, thinks she'd be more likely on Satisfactory. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I wonder if she would like Hydroneer more. Have you seen Hydroneer Steel? Maybe that would be more up her alley. Oh, well, okay, but the multiplayer in Hydroneer kind of sucks. Haven't seen it? Yeah, I'm gonna redact that because it ends up being split screen even over, over internet. So, probably not a great time. I'll be honest. I just remembered that. That's my bad. Disregard. Split screen's crazy. It's really fun if you have like a big screen, but you have to do it over Steam Remote Play. No one else has to actually own the game. You can invite people that don't own the game, which is one advantage, but the disadvantage is that it's stuck on split screen. Try Dyson Sphere. I'd like her to try Warhammer. I think she'd enjoy Warhammer. I legitimately think Warhammer 3 she would get into with people. I really do think that. There we go. Yeah, see, that wasn't so bad once you had enough grenades to just throw in the middle. think the plus aspect starting random wars is up your alley. Yeah, like there's enough chaos with it, you know, and just funny things, and playing with friends is super fun. I'm just, you know, I don't know. I think she's just being a hater because she hates me. That's what it is. There's no other possible explanation. Like she says, I don't hate Seto, but I know the truth. I know the fucking truth. You can't hide from me. Yeah, now Bunny's a really fun person. She plays Arma Reforger primarily. And I make fun of her, but she's really cool. She really is. She's a lot of fun. Not as fun as me, obviously, but, you know, comes close. No one's as fun as me, though. I have the most fun. I have the best fun. No one has as much fun as me. I have the best humor. I should be Trump for Halloween next year. That'd be great. Who's more fun, the humble best man? Yes. The most humble best man. The best man in the universe. Let's see. I probably don't need that other radar there now. It's kind of served its purpose. Let's go pick that up real quick. It would be huge. Huge. Big, beautiful costume. One big, beautiful costume. No one could compare. It would be amazing. Amazing to say the least. I had a little smudge on my screen. That's disgusting. Thought that was a piece of the textures until it started not moving when I went sideways. Yeah, I like, I really like your, Fulgora base that I see there, Clutch. I like Forgetfuls too, to be honest. Like, there's not a lot of, like, unused space for the most part with it. I'm still just kind of shocked that it would only do one silo. I mean, you got a lot of beacons and stuff, I see that, but the texture was running from you. Exactly, yes. Exactly. But yeah, okay. So let's see. So what was I doing? What was I doing here again? Oh yeah, I remember now. I was gonna move these a slight bit. To do like this, because I know some plates need to go up that way, which means we need to do another split. And I think this is gonna be a good way to kind of demonstrate, look, spaghetti is just fine. And then we only need gears on these ends, so then it can go like... You know, let's just go truly schizophrenic with it, I think. So we're gonna go like this. We're gonna do something that's like, this is so strange, and yet it just makes sense, is the idea, right? So you have that. So this is gonna cover everything, because we'll have the green going right here. Yeah, we're gonna do something truly heinous. Watch this. We're gonna make sure that we teach the next generation properly here. This is so... Oh, this is gonna be so gross. I'm loving it already. Let's see. Better than your giant square design. Sadness noises. No, there will be no sadness here. We're gonna do something that you don't see purely because we want to make it as approachable as possible, and that's the story I'm sticking with. And then we'll do 2, 3, 4. Also, this might, you know, sell people on, you know, hey, maybe you should just do the circuit one and not do this disgusting thing. That's what we're gonna tell ourselves, at least. And then, let's see, what can we do here? I need a little bit more. So just kind of snag that up. And we'll do a blue. Yeah, and then we'll do like 2 reds. Oh wait, no. I got it. Yeah. We're gonna really lean into the spaghetti here, okay? We're gonna lean into the spaghetti. As God intended. Oh, yes. I'm loving this already. Ooh, this is gonna... this is gonna piss somebody off. I already know it. I can't wait. Somebody's gonna be upset looking at that. And that fuels me, to be honest with you. Both a tutorial and a curse to look upon. That's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna see how many angry comments we can get off that. Or, you know, maybe it'll just end up being that nobody cares. Which is also fine. It's also fine. Sounds like engagement, yeah. There's no such thing as bad publicity, right? Gotta automate rails that don't wanna. Aw, Steel. Yeah, I was doing the same bullshit on, I was doing the same stuff on, Satisfactory, to be honest with you. I don't know what it is, but, like, I just kind of randomly decide that I don't want to, do things properly, and I don't know what drives and fuels that. I know what really got Mobius, he was shaking his head like, why am I playing with you? Like, what is this? I know you're better than this. And I just always said, I know I can be better, I just didn't want to. But I think it's also kind of nice, and this is just, obviously I'm just coping with this one, but I think it's also kind of nice to show a design that, for one, it's not conventional, and then 2, it's not perfect. And showing that in the tutorial, I think, is really... it's really powerful. Really showing people that you don't have to strive for perfection if you don't want to. Let it be a personal preference thing. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna leave this here because I was gonna do it, then I pivoted. And I want to show that as, like, kind of the process of events and how the chain of it all goes with this, too. Which is definitely me just saying, basically, that I'm making excuses for being a dog shit, a dog shit player, really, in the end. Yeah, we'll make that super nasty, too. Ooh, there's one problem. I just noticed there's one little problem. I can't get the power there without, getting some steel. Because see, if we hook this up now, as is, so we'll just kind of run this line here because we'll need that later anyway. There is one that doesn't have it. Puzzle Basic Spelled a super early game mall, designed them to upset people on purpose. Yes! Yes! Ooh, I like that. Hold on a second. Hold up. I don't have a stream deck. You're gonna have to forgive me on this one. Oh, yes, that's so beautiful. It's just enough off. Oh, yes, that one's even better. I love the wood boxes, too. I know a lot of people, they can't stand the wood boxes. They're like, why would you make a wood box? You could just do the metal boxes. They're better, and they're like, they're way cheaper. So it's like, no, but the wood boxes just have that vibe to them, you know? Trigger, do not like this. Perfect. That's the response we wanted. Clutch, you are an individual after my own heart. I don't know if you're a man or woman yet. I'm just gonna wait until I know further information on that. But whatever you are, whatever you exist as, after my own heart, you are. That is what it is. Gotta build in the tutorial. Okay, I don't want to... I don't want to scare people, you understand? Gotta be slightly reasonable with it. I get rid of that power pole now. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now, just to make sure that this design is validated, which I know it is because, you know, I don't ever make mistakes. And then I think want to show turning it on like this, yeah? So we just do boop and boop. Because then this will tell people, nothing is more satisfying than watching a factory come to life for the first time. It's going to be a very powerful, very philosophical moment with that, too. I probably should have had these as all, like, blues, but that's okay. Guess what this dipshit forgot to do? This dipshit forgot to put in the inserters for the gears. Oopsie. Yep. And then we'll just do this. And we'll just pretend that never happened. We'll just pretend that never happened. And then da-da-da! Oh, look at that, it worked perfectly first try. That's crazy. Yep, and then I think we'll show this circuitless, but then we'll also show how we can change this to allow us to actually maintain a buffer, then only pull out when there's an excess of this to then distribute to these things. Photoshop the inserts, fine, it's fine. And then we'll sit here with the whole, oh, wait a second, now I don't have any iron. Why don't I have any iron? Well, you know, because the furnace stacks are just not adequate. And then we can, like, go into the whole, like, the loop of the game, you know, it's like, you know, yeah, we have all these things now that we're making things, but then we have to come back and actually, you know, fix our production and getting more plates, which then feeds into getting more stuff, blah, 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 and all that. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, man. I'd like to commit to the Factorio crime of belt and gears. Yeah, of course. We like it. Not always, but we like it sometimes. Okay, so now what that does is basically, you know, again, this shows the footprint of two mall designs, but obviously I don't have power to all of these because I don't have the proper power distribution because I don't have steel. Because I'm a dumbass, basically. We can go over that as well. Okay, I think... we got like 30 minutes. I don't think I have time to, let's see, what could I do in 30 minutes? Anything pertinent? I don't think so. I think this is pretty good for a first day. Honestly. Because this has been like... We took a while to decide to get on here. So we've only been playing a few hours. I think this is a lot of progress. A lot of, I think a lot of new players would take longer to get to this point. So maybe I try to break this down into a digestible portion. What do you think? Maybe 2 videos? Because again, we're talking like brand spanking new players that have no knowledge of like any other factory automation game stuff. So that's kind of where we're going with this, is like we're gonna go down bare bone basic stuff. I think there's enough here to cover for most people that have never touched a game like this in their lives. So I'm gonna go with that. So for ships to use it, which is probably something notable because the playthrough is 4X asteroids. Yeah, sure, you can send your first ship. I'm gonna go ahead and save this right here though. And let's call it... I'm just gonna call it YouTube. It doesn't need a fancy name. Let's go with that. Oh, that didn't work. It's not supposed to say that we're taking a break. It's supposed to not say anything because we're actually ending for the night. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Anyway, we got a few minutes because I am ending a little bit early here. Is there any questions people have, anything people want to discuss other than like the first ship over here with Forgetful? Because now this is the time to do it. This is the time to talk. You know, speak your mind and all that. Simply ever okay at anything. You have a topic? Oh boy, I bet you have a topic. Your usual setup? Whoa! Wait a second, Steel. Hold on. Building on the patch. That's fine. I love how many power poles you have. I actually... Okay. This isn't a bias, by the way, Steel. It's not because I like you. I kind of like the way this looks, actually. You're like a couple steps away from a sushi base, actually. It's like right there. And I appreciate that it's up to blue chips on that design, too. So it's what you were going for? Yeah, I'll be honest. I kind of like it. It's different. Where do babies come from? Savage, let's not be stupid. They come from the factory, and the store delivers them. Okay? I don't know what the proprietary method is that they do to actually fabricate the babies, because I'm not a corporate spy, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a corporate spy. And I'm not gonna ask questions like that are gonna get me killed. So, do I know where babies come from? Yes, the factory. That's all I need to know. And you better stop your line of questioning right there before you get smacked. Because Big Brother's always watching. Alright, I'm just saying. You better watch out with that. Better watch out. In the conveyor belt's opposite direction. Yeah, I'm saying there is beauty in the chaos right here. And I am not mad about it at all. Not at all. I mean, I will say the factory would be a little slow with things. But here's the thing with it. It's unique. I can't think of anybody else that has a base that looks like this. And that's awesome. That's awesome, I'm just saying. A maximum skill of alright, but I get there very fast. Well, as long as you're alright, that's fine. They must use circuits though, right? Because we're all wired differently. Savage, it's 2026. Of course they're using circuits. Okay? Now, some of us were wired analog, okay? Which is where the cross-wiring comes into play. Newer models operate more on digital logic, which is why we're just simply superior. Obviously, I'm a digital model myself, okay? I'm definitely a digital circuit model myself. That's because I'm just built more efficiently. Dare I say I'm built different is what it is, okay? Dare I say. Appreciate the compliment, of course. That's the thing is, I like it when people play games like Factorio and they don't just copy stuff. You know, like, you can copy some things, like, sure, I get that, but, like, clearly, you obviously never looked up anything because you're over here building on top of ore patches, which if you went and looked on Reddit, you'd have, like, if you posted this on Reddit, you'd get an entire army of neckbeards, you know, like, actually, you shouldn't be building on the ore patches, bro, and stuff. And that would be a minority of the community, but it would be a loud minority, you know, that would just, like, come and eat you alive for that. And I love the Factorio subreddit, by the way. Do the neckbeard voice in your videos, that was amazing. Now, we're gonna have a little bit of, you know, we'll have a little bit of fun with the videos. I'm definitely gonna make fun of things, including myself, because that's what keeps an open learning environment, I feel like. But this is what I'm talking about. This is a prime example of pure creativity. Okay, and I'm not getting deep on it with this, but I genuinely think that mistakes really shape the way that you learn a game, and no one should be ashamed of that. No one should be ashamed of that. that would generate much hate. What, the the neckbeard voice, or what Steel did? Oh man. Okay. Well, is there anything else people want to talk about before we end it for the night? Just a heads up, Friday I am gonna be doing Warhammer, if only to get some footage for teaching the Warhammer portion of what we're going to be doing in these videos. So what I'm planning to do is in the next few weeks, I want to get out, at some point, I want to get out the Factorio pilot video, and I want to get out the Warhammer pilot video. And then from there, we're going to start branching, however they're feeling like, you know, which way we want to go with that. Warhammer, I think, is a really good tutorial. I really do think so. I think a lot of people miss some things that are in the tutorial, and there's also some mechanics that are literally not explained, and it kind of irritates me. So, which faction are you doing for Warhammer tutorial? That is a really good question. We're actually going to put that up to the community. So in the Discord, I am actually going to put out an announcement tomorrow morning, and I am going to ask for people's opinions on what faction they would like to see. Whichever one gets the highest vote is the one that we're probably going to do, even if it's not technically good for beginners, because I am of the opinion that you should play something that looks cool and then hit the ground running from there. That's my thought with it, basically. Ship is sent, by the way. First ever save is on the way. Perfect. The first ever save will be stellar. Can't wait. Don't even think the Stanza told him Detroit didn't read a thing. It probably was, but I think there's some people that, like you, don't read, and they just need another avenue of just being told things, you know, from the ground up. So. But yeah, I'll put out an announcement. I do want feedback on that. Because there's so many factions, I'm not going to put a list of factions. I'm just going to, you know, put out, you know, reply with what faction you would like in the general and discuss it, and then I'll go through and I'll take a tally of what people are, you know, going for with it, basically. Doesn't mean no reading the tutorial, let's go. Well, I mean, I still think people should play the tutorial, but this is for people that genuinely, literally do not want to play the tutorial, or they went through the tutorial and didn't actually pay attention, basically. Because there are people that go through tutorial, they managed to make it out alive, and then don't know what they did. So, oh, Murkai, I love you too, baby. I love you. Meant in the vid, just no reading. Oh, yes, perfectly. Yeah, that's what it is. Pure auditory tutorial is what we're going with on it. Talk about me on that point? No, there are a lot of people I've known that have played the tutorial and don't have a damn clue what's going on. It's kind of wild to me, but I also realize I have a very different thought process. So okay, do you want the truth? Do you want the real truth? I am basically, the whole goal of this is that I am trying to adapt my brain in a way that you guys can understand, so that you guys understand the way that I think. And if it helps you to learn the game, great, but at least it will show you what my, you know, schizophrenic thought process is with all this. So sense of risk, can't risk people reading, they could hurt themselves. That is true. I might, you know, we might redact a few words with that. Holy shit, that's a lot of collectors up there. Holy shit. I like it though. That looks really cool. I also like the little dead spaces in between right here. I think that's pretty sick. I see a little bit of circuit logic down there for the... Yep, okay. Very simple. You got some uncommon solar panels, I like that. Never running out of magazines, damn. I do like the double stack on the turrets. And collecting on the one side right there too, even, huh? Wow. Then a little bit right there for a couple things. Yeah. I like it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. That's a speedy boy. That's a speedy boy. Well, actually, it might be weighed down a bit by the station itself, but... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Building on the patch and everything. But do you know what I really like about this? I see a filter right there. Even that early on. Wow. Some more going there. See, this is where there's beauty in spaghetti. There is so much beauty in spaghetti. Look at that. It's confusing, but it's not so confusing that you can't tell what's going on, because you had alt-ons, you can see the very clear icons of everything going on, direct feeding into different things, some of them going into chests, you know, clearly had the capacity to know that you had to go and, you know, make some belts, because you're gonna need a lot of belts. Merging belts and all that, like, there's a lot going for you right there. You ran out of ammo? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, for a first run, that is actually a really solid foundation, I feel like. Yeah, that is something to be proud of, honestly. I would think, at least. I would think. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, let's see here. Did Mahalik just barely start streaming? Do you know how... Oh, no, he's been on for a bit. Perfect. Okay, we have a raid target then. Okay, before we close out here, thank you guys, by the way. I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being active and participating in this endeavor. It really does mean the world to me that you guys care enough to, you know, obviously to be here, to talk about things, share your experiences with that. I really hope this project works out. If it doesn't, we'll pivot. You know, as always, we'll pivot, but I've got high hopes. I've got really high hopes. So we'll see what happens with it. We are going to see if we can get a bonus stream tomorrow. No guarantee for a bunch of different reasons. Clutch, thank you for the follow at the end there. Really appreciate that. Nor was there majority of the time. Well, you were playing War Thunder with Bunny, and Bunny's crew are a lot of fun to play with. I'll be honest. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably go play with them a lot myself, to be honest with you. But yeah, we do this. We do this. So yeah. Potential stream Thursday. Don't count on it. Look for the announcements and all that. But Friday for sure. Friday for sure we will be on at the same time that we were on today. As always, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is what it turned into. It turned into something for sure, huh? I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Just, I don't have a timeline for these videos yet because I'm so rusty on editing. I have no clue how long it's going to take me to do the first ones. I'm going to try to do a good enough job with it. So, we're going to see. We're going to see. Oh, hey, there you go. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. I'm assuming that is from nuclear up there. Hold on, I need to get a little better look here. Yeah, it looks like it's a nuclear plant. Looks like you got a massive Great Wall going down south right there, too. That's fun. Got some oil. Looks like some oil that you got from over yonder. And then you got, ooh, a big train. I love big trains. Love that. That's awesome. Bunch of engine units over there. That's really nice. Patch got cleaned up. Oh, man. So, personally speaking, I don't like to leave bits of a patch behind. I make sure that I get every last drop of a patch out. Because I don't like seeing this stuff. That triggers me. I'm so triggered now. Like Nier Automata? I like it too. Birthday, best present ever, not including drawings from my kids. Oh yeah, of course. How many kids do you have, by the way, dog? Never actually asked that. Yeah, that looks great, though. Forgetful. You have exactly no power in that photo. Well, you got power, like, up there, don't you? Yeah, that's coming from a nuclear plant, I'm pretty sure, up there. Daughter nearly 11, son to turn 9. Ooh, well, very good. Very good. Yeah, I've got 3 with a 4th on the way in May. Don't have any reactors? Really? So where's your power coming from then? And why do you have these then? Both want to make games like me. Daughter also wants to become a barista because of the amount of legal work I do as a non-lawyer. That's fair. Man, I want to make games too, to be honest with you. Man. You ever want to go in on a project together, like, let me know. I love programming. Barrister is a high-ranking lawyer. Oh, I gotcha. Don't have them in the USA? I don't think they're called that. We do have lawyers. I mean, obviously we have lawyers, but I don't know if we have, like, a ranking system with lawyers. I'm not familiar with that end of the legal system. I was always on the executive with, prisons and all that. That was my experience. Not actually, you know, making or interpreting the law, but executing the law type of thing. So, they talk to a judge in court. We might have an equivalent, but I don't remember. Except for records had no uranium. This is dead saved down for the record. It's trivial to save. Okay. The high courts. Oh, oh, we might have an equivalent, but the name's not coming to mind. Name's not coming to mind, I'm sorry. I'm stupid, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, if there is nothing else, I'm gonna kick you guys over to Mahalik, who is also... Oh, actually, he's playing Noida. I thought he was playing Factorio tonight. That's okay. He's still a really cool dude. I'll still send you over to him. He was in here earlier. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that. So I'm gonna kick you guys over to Mahalik. I will see you guys bare minimum on Friday. Or Thursday. Friday or Thursday. We'll see which one, you know, comes first. But I hope you guys have a great night. It was really nice meeting you, Clutch. Ashley Boy earlier, XD, Lord Events, Dog Maze. It was nice meeting you as well, too. Once again, don't forget, if you haven't followed already, make sure that you followed so that you can, you know, keep up to date with us here. If I have bonus streams that, or you can be in the Discord to get the notifications there. Pretty easy to find me. Not hard to find. We'll catch you guys, bare minimum, on Friday. You have a great day. We'll see you later. Hope for tomorrow? I hope so too, but we'll find out. I'll let people know ahead of time.